There we go. So, hello everyone. Welcome to. Oh, and just as I start talking, they start with the announcement here. As you can hear, we are actually here at Educause 2023. It's October. It's Chicago. I don't know. I haven't been in Chicago in such a long time. I'm not sure what exactly is going on, but we are here with Allison Green, as you can see on your screen right now. I'm going to take these banners down so you can see us. There we are. One last thing, Shazam, and we are good to go. Allison, how are you?
I'm doing well. Can't complain. It's a beautiful day. I think it's Wednesday. Is it? I think so.
Is it? Yes, I believe it's Wednesday.
Yeah, time flies when you're at a conference. But yes, I'm doing well. Thank you. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Thanks so much. As I do for everybody who is coming on the show during this live podcast, tell us who you are, what school you're with, and sort of what your background is, like what you focus on.
Sure. Well, my name is Allison Green. I work for the CSU, the Cal State University System, the Office of the Chancellor. So we are a support, area within the CSU system. There's 23 campuses across the state. I work in IT services, and my specific area is for innovation, and I'm a user experience designer within the team. I've been in higher education for most of my adult career, but most recently I pivoted into tech. Before that, I was working mainly in student affairs, really on the ground with students, with student involvement, leadership development, and event planning. But during the pandemic, as a lot of folks do, I decided to make a change and relay my experiences working with students into a career that deals more with, I would say, products and ideas, more tangible things, still relying on the relationships, but kind of pivoting more into design and prototyping.
Okay.
Higher education.
Fantastic. I'm just making sure. I think because the conference everybody's into here, I think that the internet just got bombarded by 200 vendors here. Anyway, but we're live. Our picture came back, which is fine. We're here to talk about. You have a poster session here to talk about student experience, and then specifically your experience with like sort of all of the different digital assets and angles and processes that they are exposed to, but also just like sort of required to be a part of. Like, paint the picture for me. Like, what turned you on to this as a potential issue to look at? And let's just start there. How did you even notice this?
Yes, so it's something, again, with my background.
I'm gonna bring this a little closer because you have a light voice.
I do. I have a very soft-spoken voice. I get that a lot.
Sorry. No worries.
It's something that I just anecdotally have been aware of working with so many students, hearing them on their phones or on their laptops saying, oh, I have to log in here. I forgot this and I have to do X, Y, Z. But Fresno State, one of our partners that we did the project with, our user research project, they had this idea already in mind, already from anecdotal experiences, things that they noticed. Technology services were the ones kind of mitigating a lot of these different platforms and programs. So they had a solution in mind to create a mobile-first student portal that would kind of be all encompassing and bringing all of these digital experiences together, but they really wanted some data to back their assumptions. They wanted research done. So they consulted Cal State Innovate, which is our innovation area and IT services at the Chancellor, to come in and conduct user research. That way they could present it to their CIO, their executive sponsors, and really have some backing to move forward with this project. So even though we had this solution in mind to use a software as a service type of platform, the things that we discovered while doing all of this research with a survey, with focus groups, with observing students actually doing a lot of these workflows, we learned so much about the student digital experience at Fresno State. But our findings, I think, can be very translatable to almost any campus, and we find that to be true. As we presented our posters, so many folks came up to us and said, we're trying to implement something just like this, or the communication problem that your students face, our students are saying the same thing. So it was very informative. It really showed a lot of nuances of the student digital experience and just everything that they're juggling and the pain points, but also some of the successes too that I think IT services and other areas have, but a lot of pain points.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you, as much, obviously you put it on a poster, but like as much as you can open the kimono here, like what are like the top pain points for students beyond, oh my God, there's 100 different services I have to sign up for, everything from like a digital ID to, every class has a different platform I need to use, that kind of thing. Like, tell us, what are the pain points?
Some of the things you said were exactly the things that were iterated. Another challenge that students expressed was their need to be on the go, but a lot of platforms were so clunky or cumbersome, or they hit a lot of roadblocks or hindrances along the way while trying to use things in a mobile fashion. Some use cases or user scenarios that we developed where, students have multiple jobs, they have internships, they strategically are planning their schedules to only have to be on campus a couple days a week instead of being there all 5 days, Monday through Friday. So when they're trying to use these platforms, whether it's to register for classes or if it's to clear a hold or sign up for academic advising, they're having challenges completing these tasks online, whether it's MFA,
multi-factor authentication. Yeah, sure.
I just use MFA. Whether it's having trouble with that, or some processes are so clunky that they can't do it on the go because it takes 7, 8, 9 clicks to get to the end result.
Yeah.
Or once they go through all these different steps, the end result is, hey, you have to actually call someone or you have to come to the office, and then they have to re-strategize their day because they're not on campus and that's not accessible to them. Another pain point that surfaced in our research, which is probably no surprise to a lot of folks, is just the style of communication, the frequency of communication, whether that's notifications or emails that they feel bombarded, or now, as you're seeing, text messages. I don't know what I would have done if my institution was texting me all the time and sending me things. But not only just the frequency, just the prioritization. Students feel like so much information is lost in the shuffle because so many different campus entities are trying to reach out to them, and I definitely understand. Athletics wants them to come to the games. There's social media announcements. There's campus closures and construction and things like that. The students felt just so overwhelmed. They didn't know what was, quote, important to them or not. And then they're missing some notable things like deadlines or, hey, you have bills due. So a lot of these things were just getting lost in the shuffle, which then created a lot of boundaries like, hey, because you didn't read your email that you had a bill, now you have a hold on your record. Now you can't sign up for these classes, and now you have to come into this office. So it's just this domino effect of challenges students were reporting.
Did you get any faculty voices or any other voices that as a part of this? Because I'm an adjunct instructor at American University, and while my professional commitment there is very small in terms of the class I teach, I get every single email that the university sends out, and it's dozens a day, and I'm like, none of these are relevant to me. Like, how do I shut them off? And there's no way to do, and there's no way, because then I don't want to miss the one from the department that says, hey, here's the roster for next year or whatever, right?
Yeah.
But was that ever a part of it, or is this just focused on students?
With this research, we did not speak to faculty to gain their experiences. I think that a lot of the things that faculty probably experience, like yourself, are similar, but then they also have a lot of more nuanced pain points as well. We did focus on students, specifically more undergraduate students, but some of the folks that we did consult and kind of bring together before we dove into the research were other campus stakeholders that had a vested interest in the student experience. So we talked with the provost, we talked with academic advising as a department, their lead. We wanted to talk to the bursar. We wanted to talk to the financial aid folks, career services. So all these folks that had some sort of platform or some sort of reach for students, even though we didn't have a specific ask for them as we went on to conducting this research and later on into development, we wanted to massage the idea with them. We wanted to socialize the concept of what we were doing and get their buy-in at least mentally. That way, if down the road we do need something from them or we want to collaborate with them, they understood what we were trying to do. And all of us have a very similar goal. We want to reach the students, provide resources, and do a lot of these things, but we're all going about it from different angles. So how can we stand together and then move forward towards the students instead of all of us coming at them in different angles?
Did your research, and some random question, but did your research look at, if we were to add up all the time, just to like click on each notification and read it, like what sort of time commitment the student would be taking? Like,
oh my goodness, if we had a stopwatch every time they read something, that would be a very interesting thing.
I would love to know that
because
because it would just be like, be super interesting. It's like for the average undergraduate at Fresno, we ask for like 2 hours of their time just in notifications a week or something like that. I think that we would probably find some extraordinary number like that.
I think all of us would be alarmed if we were to quantify the amount of time students spent actually reading the things that we sent out or, stopping what they're doing to pay attention to these things. And some of the benefits of the solution that they're now developing from the research, they were able to produce this mobile first student experience through an app format, but it also can be accessible through web. Through our research, we found that we needed a both and, not a one or the other, which is really important. But it has this marketing solution that is built in. So technology services is working with their marketing communications and student affairs to create this hierarchy of notifications. There are things that students are going to need to know, whether that's emergency, things going on across the campus. Definitely some higher priority things that relate to student bills, finances, and things like that. But they also have different tiers. So maybe we need to send out a special communication for first year students or maybe graduating seniors. We can also have some of these more fun communications that students can opt into. I'm a huge sports person, so I might want to know, what's going on with the athletics program, but not every student wants to or needs to know that stuff. So I think that was a really great solution, having the ability to control what information is coming in, but still they know when my mobile experience, my app or whatever is pinging me, it's for a good reason.
Yes, there's a reason why that notification is coming in. Did your research ultimately come up like, I know I love visualizations. Were you able to like create any kind of map, like, hey, here's the typical student, in the center, and then like here's all of the different angles? Was that ever something like that? I'd love to. I don't know if that's on your poster or not.
Yeah, we didn't include too many of those visualizations, but we actually created this printable report, and it's also in PDF format for the campus that did a lot of data visualizations, everything from word clouds of here's the most common platforms that students reported using. We had different graphs. We did user personas. We really had a page of a archetypal user that, is at Fresno State, the campus that we did this work at. But yeah, we constructed like several different things in other presentations. We've been talking about this for a while at other conferences and other meetups. But we had all these different entities around a student with arrows pointing, like I mentioned. But then we really wanted to shift that visual and have students going to like one place where all of those entities are. I'm trying to think of other visualizations that we created. Actually, something that we really worked on with our UX student interns at Fresno State. So it was a really good mentorship opportunity to have them learn these skills. We had to do, like I mentioned, observations. So they watched their peers. They would give them directives. Hey, I'm just going to sit here. Don't mind me as I take notes, but can you show me how you might register for a class?
Right.
So just watching students, go to whether it's the campus website and they knew where to go, or maybe they had to go to Google because they weren't sure of where exactly on the website it was, but watching them click through and note how many clicks it took for them to get to this page. So we had that observation, and 3 deliverables that came out of that were an empathy map. So we really wanted students to document what were the users in that use case. What were they thinking? What were they saying? What were they doing? And what were they feeling? So that was one deliverable. We did a journey map too that kind of charted the whole flow from start to finish. And then we created a flow chart. So we had more of the technical, they clicked on this, they searched for this, they did this, and this is how they got to their end result. So we included some of those flowcharts on our poster, but in the report that we gave to the campus, it had appendices with all of this information at their fingertips. That way they had more context than just a flowchart, but they could see the emotions behind it.
Nice. And so as you and I are sitting here talking about this, it seems like a no-brainer that everybody in Fresno in this particular case would be like, oh yeah, thanks for this research. Like we really want to solve this, but what are some of the pushback? What are some of the challenges? What are some of the people who, maybe not people, but like either the gaps or they're like, we can't do that because kinds of.
Yes, so that's something that we thought already ahead before we even delivered the results and the findings. We talked about our design considerations, what some potential obstacles might be, because with any sort of change, there might be pushback, whether it's overt or maybe covert. So, especially in higher education, I think a lot of us have the fallback of we've never done that before, we just don't have the budget for it. So budget was a bigger concern, but thankfully with this research, we got a lot of buy-in again from those executive sponsors to be able to read exactly what was going on, to see the visualizations. But other things that we were mindful of was thinking about the actual capabilities of the type of platform that we would need to have to host all of these. If students wanted, all 10 plus of the apps that they were on to be consolidated into one, we need to actually think with our legacy systems or things that we already have, are these even compatible?
Right.
Is there a workaround that? One student commented, I just don't want this app to be a nice skin over a just going to take me to Google Chrome.
Sure.
So to go against that, we really wanted to make sure that can we embed API things into this? Can we actually have an integration that goes directly to the service? So that's something we had to think about. Even just the capacity of our staff. The team at Fresno has really great developers, very talented individuals, but they also have a million things on their plate and other things that are taking priority. So how do we be good stewards of our human resources and their time too? And what might be some, not shortcuts, but things that can help make the work easier. So the solution that they had was actually with Moto Labs, and it has really great components and compartments that we can build, modules, if you will, to construct their mobile experience. But it also has the capabilities for them to dive deeper and do more customizations through coding. So it's a really great template to start out with building blocks, but then we could always make it more robust if need be. And another huge barrier that I think is universal probably for many campuses is student adoption. We can build the best solution and it can have everything they want, but if there's one flaw or one thing that students don't like, they're just going to write it off, or maybe they're slower to accept the change too. So student adoption is always.
Yeah, what sort of what sort of ambassadorship or brand awareness, or how do you make it cool? What's your strategy there?
Yeah, so some conversations that we had were working with some of our student leaders to really promote the app. So they developed a great partnership with the Associated Students. ASI, Associate Students Incorporated, on the campus. We had them participate in focus groups. We wanted to get their representation, knowing that they were pretty influential. They had some sway on campus, whether it be just their leadership or maybe they have some budget means that we might not have had to promote things. So having their buy-in was really big, just being a representation of the student body. At Fresno, they have kind of a subset within technology services. The official department or subsect is called the Hub for Digital Transformation and Innovation. We call it DXI for short.
Okay.
And they have an amazing internship program where students are doing work on huge campus projects. And we really use them as ambassadors too, because not only were they influential in constructing the app and working alongside professionals, they were able to tell their friends, were able to have them go out and table and really spread the word and evangelize this new app and kind of this new experience. So having them has been very, very crucial. And one thing that I did include in the report that I'm sure was a no-brainer for a lot of folks is to involve marketing communications and promote it and be really strategic at our different onboarding moments with students. Hey, let's get this app in front of students at your orientations. We're already getting those transfers that are coming in and those first-time freshmen. Anytime that we are bringing in new students, have them download the app. I remember being
as their first experience, kind of like this is their first entry point, so they always go back to it, kind of. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Because I remember, being a first-time freshman or something like that, even going to grad school, they made sure that we had the campus security app. They made sure we had XYZ. So having it be a part of their initial toolkit is really important too.
Yeah. I'm embarrassed to say that didn't exist when I was a freshman. Nothing like that
I
existed.
was right on the cusp. I was like, apps, where do I get these?
So now that you've created this report, things are starting with Fresno State. I assume this mobile, this marketplace or this platform,
Yes.
it exists now, or is it in development?
So yes, they have developed a pilot. So
Okay.
after developing this and working through the sandbox environment to build out these modules, Technology Services created a partnership with Student Affairs. They wanted to build out a program. They call it Bulldog Bound. Bulldog is their mascot.
Nice.
It's really awesome.
Of course.
It's an amazing outreach program for the local high schools in the Fresno County area or just in their area. So many of their students do come from local areas. I think 90% or so. I could be wrong. That's masters. But in an effort to create more of a pipeline to have students come directly to Fresno State upon graduation, they created Bulldog Bound. So part of the work that Technology Services has done, developing this student first portal, has been to create a persona. So if anyone were to download the app from the App Store, Google Play, whatever it is, they'll be able to see it, they'll be able to download it, and then it's like this guest interface. So
Right.
It has just very basic information. So it's great for perspective.
A little bit, a little bit of a promo portal as well.
Yeah, great for families too if they want to follow what's going on. But then through logging in through their single sign-on, and each student once they're a part of Bulldog Bound, they get a Fresno State login ID, so they're able to log in, and it's information that's filtered specifically to them, whether they're in the 9th grade, section of Bulldog Bound, or if they're graduating seniors. So they already have this in-app experience. We have had some consultative calls, so now that they've launched it, this is the first semester of it being live for Bulldog Bound. We have a plan to get feedback, and then hopefully with that feedback, we can make helpful iterations. But then the next phase is to scale up so that it's for our current student population too. So the ideal goal would be for these students that are part of Bulldog Bound, they're 12th graders, they're going to graduate, they're hopefully coming to Fresno State, and then they can just toggle their persona to the newly released current student. That way they can continue on with this experience, and they already have familiarity with the app, and then it will automatically kind of populate the things that they're going to need as a current college student.
Super cool. This sounds like it's such a huge. Do you get to shepherd this going forward? I mean, or are you somebody who's all right? Look, I did the research, and I'm kind of like that. Or what's your role in it going forward?
Yes, I will be very honest in saying that the team at Fresno State, especially DXI, they are spearheading the development. They're doing an amazing job. I am so impressed with the product that they've developed and what they will continue to do. We have had a couple calls thereafter, and we're still having consultative calls about the user experience. So they bring questions to me. We talk through some solutions. I point them in different directions. I share other research findings with them. That way they can make informed decisions. So it was more of me leading the research and them kind of coming alongside me in phase 1. And then phase 2 is really them developing and me just kind of supporting them along the way. So
Super cool.
It's been a great partnership. I love working with this campus, all 23 campuses, but Fresno, I think, has a really innovative mind. And they have a lot of great staff that want to push the boundaries and try new things. So they're always a pleasure to work with.
Fantastic. Allison, thank you so much for being my first guest today. Thank you for taking time out right here as we're getting started on the second day of the conference here. Sounds like a great initiative. I hope that you'll be able to share with everybody about how it actually gets adopted and worked out. But thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me. I really enjoyed this.
Yeah, absolutely. Ciao. We already are. Okay, folks, we're back at Educause 2023. It is still October. We're still in Chicago. It's a little chilly here. but,
Chilly.
You know, I didn't even
Chilly.
add.
Chilly. It's not chilly.
I live in Mexico City, my
All right,
friend.
I
It's
live outside
chilly.
of Detroit.
Okay.
Okay, so, yeah.
But you know what? I did not ask you, and this is my feeling as a podcast host.
Yeah.
How do you say your family name?
My family name depends on if you're in the U.S. or any other part of the world.
Okay.
So the U.S. is Basili.
Okay.
Any other part of the world is Bacilli.
I was gonna say Bacile.
Yeah.
Okay. It
yes,
sounds
yes,
very Italian.
yes.
Okay. Fantastic. Pete, here we
Yes.
are.
All
So we're
right.
live. We're going to talk about incorporating feedback from students across, and you said it was like sort of like along their journey.
Yes.
Before we go there, introduce yourself. So
Sure.
who do you work with? Kind of what's your background? Why are you here at Educause?
Very good. So yes, I'm the vice president of partnerships for Explorance.
Okay.
Explorance is a next generation feedback collection company and analytic company.
Okay.
We've been working in higher ed for 20 years.
Okay.
We do have a space in the HR vertical as well,
Mhm.
around employee feedback as well. And
Mhm.
our goal is to work with multiple other companies and our customers in order to bring that feedback together so that we can make sense out of the data,
Mhm.
so that you can apply action towards your students and your employees.
Okay.
And previously to this, I worked in higher ed. I was a customer of theirs.
Okay.
All right. So I can show you how this directly applies to student retention and success.
Well,
Yeah.
what I love is that I love that you got the experience, but I love that I didn't notice that your sweatshirt is
Yeah.
actually, it looks like an athletic shirt, but it's actually Explorance. That's
It is, right? Yep.
I need some of that swag.
Yeah.
Get it
You
done.
got it.
No.
Yep.
So basically paint the problem for me.
Sure.
Like give me what either undergrad or grad student or whatever, like what's the typical experience that does happen?
Yeah.
And so like what's the problem set that we're looking at here?
So the problem set really goes back to the fact that universities and colleges alike are collecting tons of data, and they're normally sitting in multiple silos. And so depending on the the entity that's looking at the data, whether it be the faculty member, the dean, student affairs, your advising and counseling, across the board mental health, people are looking at different pockets of data and are looking at the lens of a student from very different perspectives, but they're not communicating to each other. So what the dream would be is, what if all that data was being communicated collectively, right? So that we can take a look at that student at that point in time to figure out what their challenges are and help them succeed, right?
Okay.
It could be anything from their dorm life to their, to the food in the cafeteria, to safety and security, to right down to the academics in the classroom and the curriculum that they're achieving, down to finances. Regardless of what it is, what we want to do is we want to remove barriers for students so they can succeed. Right.
Okay.
And now at the end of the day, what we find is that, and most institutions would agree, that student retention is of the utmost importance now. What we find is about 1 in 4 students now are walking. Okay. Now the persistence might mean they might go to a different institution, but we still find that, we still have a lot of students that are falling off the grid eventually, and we don't know what happened to them. And you can look at it from an ethical perspective. The ethicals are, we need those students to succeed. That's our mission,
Sure.
right? All of us together. But as a business perspective too, as a university, we also know that it's much more cost effective to retain a student than versus try to recruit a new
100%.
student,
Recruiting
right?
students is hugely
Yes,
expensive,
yes.
so you want to keep. Yeah.
Right. So why not get that data speaking to each other?
Okay. Give me for any typical students, what are the number of places that either I know or I don't know, maybe I'm giving feedback. Like I could see I'm giving feedback in schools, in courses. I'm probably giving feedback. Do I know that I'm giving feedback in like administrative processes? Or
Right.
do I know that I'm giving feedback every time I run my card at the cafeteria?
Yes.
And so for a particular, I apologize if you just said this as well.
Yep.
For a particular student, is it 10 touch points? Is it 2,000 touch points? Like what kind of play? What's the universe?
Well, that's what we're in right now.
Oh,
right?
okay,
Yes,
okay,
yes.
okay.
So we're in that universe right now, and we're actually working. I mean, my job as the partnership guy is to go back and find other partners who are collecting data, so that we can actually work together,
Okay.
right? To figure out how we synergize that together. And you'll find from a CIO's perspective, what we determine, especially at the when you look at the administration of universities and colleges, what you'll find is it's all about decision making. So data doesn't give us anything. We have a ton of data, but then how do we convert that to wisdom, right? we have to be able to aggregate it, move it along the lines, and bring it together before we actually are able to make knowledge out of it and then present on that. Now, the problem is again, regardless of what touch points we're looking at, the critical aspect is that time it takes to get from that data to the knowledge, right?
Right.
Now, I can tell you at even my previous institution that, when we would try to do these big reports, it would take me 6 months to try to collect all that data from different parts of it before I can even make an effective decision, okay, moving forward. Now, think about what's happened to students during that lifetime.
I was just going to say
Right.
6 months. That's
6 months.
That's, I mean,
Yeah. 6 months before you get
if I
it,
were
you go
to
through it,
say
you
6
validate it,
months
you
to
go
Amazon,
right.
you'd be fired.
Right,
You'd be
right.
fired immediately. Yeah.
Yes. And so the speed to that, how we expedite that to the decision-making process, so we're also making educated decisions, points right back to how we're going to get students to succeed, right?
Okay.
So there are multiple variables, right? So part of it is how do you change the culture of an institution, which again, to me, sometimes the bigger challenge, right? To get everyone speaking together. But the one thing that we have, I think, a little bit more control over is how we can get the data to actually start speaking to each other, right? So it depends on what problem you want to put in front of each other. But at least from the data perspective, if we can work with the CIOs, okay, and work with the organizations to start developing that heartbeat of the institution, then we can at least determine how we're going to make decisions based off that data.
How disparate or how I'm just seeing like a data interoperability issue. Like, the data that I collect again from like the cafeteria.
Yep.
How do I make sure that it's even comparable or meshable or, analyzable? Are any of those words? I don't know.
I'm going along with you.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Yeah.
With registrar data or
Right.
with academic data, those kinds of things. Like how complex is that? Like that sounds hugely complex.
I think it's very complex, but that's where it's all about, the problem that we have in education is that, and I didn't invent this term, but that perfection is the barrier to progress.
Right. Of course.
And so many times people are so concerned about moving forward, all right, until everything's been validated 3 times over, right, before we end up moving forward.
Well, that's the research professor perspective, right? Like
completely.
this isn't peer reviewed 4 times. You
Right.
can't see the light of day. Sure.
And so in this case here, we have to start at least taking a look at the low hanging fruit, right? So if you start with maybe your student information systems, your CRMs, your data endpoints from qualitative feedback that is coming in from students, whether it be from the LMS, from your course evaluations and places of that, where we can take a look at what the students are actually accomplishing against their academics, and then from there start building on that. Right, start validating, building. But we can't wait till we have all touch points put together to say we got it. Right, you got to start building. Some places like a snowball, build it over time.
Yeah.
Right. So, and that's what I think is amazing, because it goes back to Educause 2023.
Okay.
They, this past year, number 4 and number 7 in their top 10 CIOs list, was around the student success and retention component, along with, your breaking down those data silos. Because we do know, as a business perspective, we have to make sure that we're starting to at least bring these systems together so they're talking to each other. But I will say, and this is something that, educators really need to jump on, because, I sit on both sides of the house between the enterprise, the corporate side, as well as the higher ed side. The higher ed side has been doing a much better job of, through partners and through integrations and connectors, of being able to develop standards so that this data can speak to each other. Right. It's just a matter of pulling the trigger. So,
well, and in the university's interest, they're like, look, we want this for student success, for all this other stuff. Whereas from the business perspective, we want to keep it private.
Right.
We want to, because this is our special sauce.
Yes.
How are you navigating that conversation? Like, is it twisting arms with the business and saying, hey, look, we're growing the pie by, exposing your data, making some transparency here, making it interoperable, or like what's that conversation look like?
Well, the conversations in higher ed have been relatively, I don't want to call it simple, because I don't want my CEO to think that my job's easy, right? So it's right.
Classic.
Yeah.
No, this is going to take 3 hours.
Right.
Seriously.
That's right. I got this partnership for a week and I drilled it when it took me 3 hours. Right. Yeah. So that's what I did all week. No, but in all seriousness, the one thing I've been very appreciative in the education environment, the higher education, both K-12 all up to K-16, are most vendors want to speak to each other because we all have a common mission.
Right.
And again, I've even jumped into it where I have competitors that we're competitive. We have competitive space with, but we'll identify certain avenues where we can complement each other because we know that. And again, if we know that the universities are succeeding as a result of us working with them, okay, then that means the students are succeeding, that we're all accomplishing the same mission. And I can tell you that that's been my experience. I've only been doing this position for a year and a half, but I got to tell you that everyone here that I've spoken with, we all want to move together. We want to figure out how we can complement our data to really paint that picture of a student so we can get them to succeed.
Do you, you've only been with them a year and a half.
Yep.
Is the product or the service far enough along that you already have some examples of aha moments or successes or here's what's possible? Like,
Sure.
like real like pictures that you can share, like something like that?
Well, I can go micro to macro.
Okay.
Okay. So from a micro perspective, I'm going to use my old job. Okay. I ran an online college. All right. And so, a lot of times, we had difficulty in identifying where the student, in an online environment, you have a challenge of really knowing the student, right? And so those touch points are extremely critical. So when you see students that are, having difficulty or going off the grid, think about all that data that's been communicated to them, whether it be through the LMS or through our feedback collection system through Blue. That's our flagship product, okay?
Sure.
Blue. And so in that data, where you have students providing a lot of comment data, right, versus how they're performing in the LMS environment, bring those two together, aggregate that together, and you get a picture of, what is going on in the classroom, which then supplies information to the professor. It supplies information to the advising and counseling. It supplies information to the instructional designer. Okay, just in that experience in itself to help them stay engaged throughout it, because we don't want to see that 50% in online schools, 50% retention rate being lost.
Wow.
Right. And those are new numbers that are coming out. It's the fastest growing, but it's also the hardest to retain.
Oh,
right.
I'm sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, to a larger scale level, consider this pandemic. So now I'm going to speak back to one of our products. So yes, it's a little bit of product promo.
That's all right.
All right, right.
It's all good.
But Millie is our machine learning tool. Where it can take qualitative or student feedback, comment data, and within minutes convert it over to action items.
Okay. Wow.
So consider the pandemic. All right, where all of a sudden you have students that came in, schools are trying to keep them lifted. You have so many things that are happening in your online programs, as well as the chaos that's happening at home, right? Students were disappearing overnight, and we had no idea what was happening to them. We have very few touch points to them. You send out one survey, get 50,000, comments back, and within 10 minutes, you have a strategic team ready to say, this is where the students are suffering, all right? They're worried about being able to pay their rent, right? They're worried about their job. They're worried about the sickness. They're worried about all these other things outside of academia. Okay, but now we can have a strategic plan to help these students in their personal lives, which are eventually going to help them in their academic life.
Wow.
Yeah,
Those are two great stories.
Yeah.
Again, with so many of these conversations I have on the podcast, it seems like a no-brainer.
right.
It seems like this is something that would be. So what are the reasons for pushback? What are the reasons that the challenge points when either you're making a pitch for a partnership
Yep.
or a university comes, you're trying to bring a new university on board? Like what are the gaps or what are the we can't do this because?
No, I don't see, and I don't think it. And again, and this is me being optimistic, and you'll probably find me being more optimistic than anything else. I really haven't experienced that, right?
Okay.
What I've experienced are the challenges of the I don't knows and the challenges of the unknowns, which again, depending on who you are as an organization, depending on the culture and trust of the organization, all right, at that point in time, people have a challenge going, okay, if I don't clearly understand the unknown, then I'm not going to move forward, or I'm going to have trouble moving forward. But what I do find is that majority of conversations that are happening nowadays are around that. Like for instance, in the presentation that we're going to talk about today, I'm bringing together, San Diego State, and I'm bringing in the University of Texas in Austin, right? Both of them are very avid users on understanding that we have to create centralized data hubs, right? Of bringing all that in. Now,
Give us a sense
Yeah.
for both of those. For
Yeah.
anybody who doesn't know, what are the size of those campuses? Do you know?
I wish I know off the top. I think one's 40 and one's 50, or
Okay.
one's 50, one's 60. Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah. So
Like 110,000.
110,000.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
It was so funny. They were talking yesterday. They collect about 1 million comments from students a year.
Wow.
When they figured out when they did their course evaluations, end of term course evaluations, all that. That's 1 million comments coming in that provide rich data.
Yeah.
And what are we doing with it, right? Now on the Texas side, Texas Austin, they found a way to take that data and start applying it right back to student success, not just from a local faculty level, okay, at the course level, but also start bringing it up to the department, program, and institutional level.
Right.
And on the other end, you find San Diego State. They are taking that data right now. They're in the process of knowing what they want, right?
Okay.
And they're navigating there.
Right.
They have the plan, but of course, you still have a lot of dominoes you have to line up to make it happen. So what I'm finding right now, at least in the conversations I'm having, most of the people fall in that 80% bucket where San Diego State is.
Okay.
Is they have the desire, they have
Right.
the willingness, and they have the resources to do so.
Ooh, but okay, that's an interesting one.
Yeah.
They have the resources.
Yes.
Okay.
But they're trying to figure out how
How do
to
you
actually
get
make it
there?
happen.
Okay,
Yes,
yeah.
yes. So
All right.
and what I'm going to see is like, if we have this conversation 3 years from now, this could be a very different conversation. Where we're going to be talking about the impacts of doing this.
Right. Well,
Yeah,
that's what
Yeah.
I'm really interested in, because there's all kinds of great innovations throughout this entire exhibit hall.
Right.
That's all around us. And I'm interested in the ones, or I would love to shine on the ones that are like, wow, what really moved the needle? What
Yeah.
what really made like, and not just sort of, hey, there's a 1% change or two. Like, what were the real game changers?
Right.
And this is, I'm not probably the fourth or fifth conversation I've had around how do we get systems to talk to one another? How do we get data to talk to
Yeah.
so we can create. I love that you said it earlier. Just basically create a full picture of each student, right?
Yes.
So that we understand, like, because I could see, if I'm just looking at a student from, do they pay their bills? That's a very different picture than a student who may also be excelling in a course,
Right.
Or vice versa. If they're failing in a course, but they always pay their, like,
Yeah.
how does the university put those together, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so, but those are the critical aspects, because when we talk about student retention, that's what, to me, it goes all back to student retention and success. What are those variables that are contribute to it? And it's not just academics.
Right.
I mean,
Oh,
and so
100%.
everything else across
Yeah.
the board, right? And I think we spent a lot of time around when you look at student satisfaction. Sure, the course itself, the programs itself might be a piece of it, but student life is a big component of it, inside the classroom and outside.
So you're here looking for partners.
Yep.
If I was a university that, like San Diego or
Yeah.
whatever, what's the time from saying we want to do this, and somebody says we've got the resources, we're ready to commit a check, to having at least an MVP that they could start prototyping and test out there? Like, what does that look like? Is it a week, a month? Is it an academic year?
It's I can't give a time frame in that, and I think it's going to all go back to one thing. It's going to go back to culture, right? So in order to actually accomplish a lot of these tasks, the best thing I can tell you when you talk about creating partnerships is start with the people, right?
Okay.
Because remember when I talked about early on, working with the data and working with the systems, that's one thing, right? In order to accomplish it from a hard resource perspective. But when you start talking about the people, right, and the culture of the institution, in order to navigate that, because I'm going to trust you with my data,
Right.
right? I've
Uh-huh.
always had this data to myself,
Uh-huh.
and I want to use this data. What are you going to do with my data, right? But those things are always, to me, going to be the top barrier at institutions. So again, if we go back to working on the trust with your people, trust the organizations with internally, then it's going to expedite, your accomplishments moving forward.
So what's next for you? Like as you're here, gathering partnerships or whatnot, like what's your very next step in terms of bringing these partners together, continuing to grow this list, integrating them into your system?
Tomorrow I'm working with I'm working with the state of Iowa, right?
Ooh.
Yes. So the state of Iowa consortium, that they all have a desire to say, how can we pull more LMS data into our system to start aligning, what students are saying against their academic performance. So let's work together to do it. This has to be a community event, not just the vendors here, but also the universities. The more we continue to do that, because at the end of the day, the students are going to be the one who drive change, right?
Mhm.
Not the vendors,
Mhm.
not the faculty, not the organizations. It's going to be the students, right? The more we can get the students to drive this, and we're listening to the student's voice, the more impactful we're going to have around the. Think about that domino across the way.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, they're our customers, right? If we're being successful with them, we're all being successful.
How do you hear that voice? Because really, you're talking about. It sounds to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like a passive system of collection that then moves or potentially moves levers within the university system to help support that student.
Right.
So how do you get that student buy? How do they know if it's working or not, or how do they know that explorants or these partnerships are a thing?
They're okay.
Do we care?
Okay, no. I think there's two things you have to do there then, right?
Right.
So again, think about a survey that you would take, right? That you went and bought something. You get a survey from it. 9 times out of 10, I'm only going to answer that survey if I'm extremely happy or extremely upset with it, right?
100%.
Okay? So how do I develop those trends, right?
Yeah.
So again, this goes back to culture. So when to be able to have student feedback come in, start with something that's micro, something that's simple, something that's tangible that they can see, right? And so when that comes in, if your system is set up even at a micro level where you can get student feedback, get a response, okay, to understand what they're saying, and then act accordingly so they know that their voice is being heard,
Right.
even at that level.
There's action being taken.
Now all of a sudden we give out the bigger things that can impact things moving forward that they might not see today, but it might be 3 years from now. It might not even impact them, right? But they'll understand that their voice actually counts. And I think right now, I mean, if you look at the state of society today, just in general, and I don't want to get political here, but at the end, what we find is that I've never met a younger group of people that want to hear their voice heard.
Oh, amen to that.
Right?
Amen to that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's.
So-
I think I'm going to pivot into political podcast. Pete, thank you so much for this conversation.
yeah,
It's super fun.
Yes, thank you.
Wish you all the best, and thanks for coming over.
I appreciate it.
Okay, everyone, we're back and on the eLearn podcast live from Educause 2023 here in Chicago. And I'm here with Alejandra Acosta. Apologize. Get that A in the end there. And Shazam, here we are. I'm just going to adjust to make sure that we see each other well. I might actually figure out this camera thing by the end of this.
This looks good.
By the end of this deal. Thank you for taking taking time out of this.
Yeah.
to do with me.
Thank you for inviting me.
My pleasure. I've been having everybody start with introducing themselves.
Mhm.
So tell us about who you are, who you work with, or what institution you're with, and what your focus is and why you're here at Educause.
Awesome. I will do that. My name's Alejandra Acosta. I'm the director of the knowledge sector at Discourse Analytics. We're a startup that uses AI and behavioral data to create mindset profiles of students. So we engage with them on a much more personalized level.
Okay.
That's what I'm doing now. I come from 10 years in higher ed at this point, starting with working with students directly. I was a college advisor for low-income first-gen students for a couple of years and supporting them through the college application process. Have done some short stints in philanthropy with the Kresge Foundation and Lumina Foundation as a fellow with both foundations. And then most of my work has been in higher education and policy and research. Did work at a think tank called New America based in DC, where I studied the ethical use of predictive analytics in higher ed. And that's how I've made my
That's how
way
you got into Discourse.
over here. And I'm here at Educause. We're having a session today at 4 p.m. with a couple of partners of ours, the CIO of Coppin State University, and the associate director of the Penn Center for Learning Analytics. So we're really excited for that today. And here to meet people, here to learn what's going on and share more about our philosophy about using behavioral data in our models.
Let's start with what is behavioral data. Just let's set the stage so we're talking about the same thing. What is behavioral data in higher ed contexts that you're
Mhm.
looking at?
Yeah, that can be a lot of different things for us at Discourse Analytics or DA. Behavioral data comes from various sources. The learning management system an institution uses, their CRM, their student information system. Not all of that is necessarily behavioral data, but behavioral data is kind of what it sounds like. Data that represents things that students are doing. So logging into Canvas more or less frequently, submitting an assignment right before the deadline or a little bit ahead of time. Those kinds of things are behavioral data. And we look at that to understand how a student is kind of feeling, what they're thinking, what their mindset is at the end of the day. We're looking at that.
How?
How?
Yeah, I'm just wondering.
Yeah.
So that's the, like that's the the layman in me. That's the first thing is like this sounds like magic because, and I could make some total math by the gut kind of assumptions like hey I'm logging in late so maybe I'm a procrastinator or something like that. But talk to me through that. Like I'm sure you don't want to give away any sort of corporate special IP or anything like that, but like how does it work?
Yeah, so I'm not the math person at the company, so I'm not going to get deep into the math and I won't pretend to know the details of the math. But what we do is we take all of that data or a few particularly useful data elements and we run it through our model. Our model learns, so it's not like a one-time model that has to be recalibrated a few times. It'll learn as more data is fed through it. But what we have done to prepare that model is that we have we have analyzed, I think, over 7 or 8 million individuals and in their conversations. This was before my time, so I'm not sure of very specific details here. But we've analyzed conversations with over 7 million people, and through that have started to identify patterns in behavior, started to see what types of behaviors are connected to attitudes or behavioral dimensions. So it's a lot of mapping. It is a little bit magical, I think, right there.
100%. Yeah.
And so we've done this mapping exercise where we're able to connect behaviors all the way to a mindset. And so there is some math that I'm not involved in again, but we're connecting based off of millions of conversations and the patterns that come out of there. We're connecting behaviors to in the end, those mindsets.
So I'm going to ask you about, and tell me if you just don't know the answers. Those 7 million people that are part of this large data set. Obviously, no university has 7 million people. So, is it an aggregate, like sort of an anonymous aggregate of all of these touch points that you've had? Are they all U.S.? Are they all? Are they global? Like, where do they come from?
That's a good question. They were global, so most of those individuals, I think, were in the U.S., some in Latin America, and I think maybe a smaller amount from other countries as well. Not exclusive to higher education, discourse analytics. Most of our work is in the education space and specifically higher education, but our work can be applied to many different areas.
Sure.
And we actually started off in like the banking and financial sector.
Mm-hmm.
So those conversations were not specific to education, but we learn a lot from analyzing people's conversations regardless.
Yeah, sure. Really interesting. So what are the mindset archetypes that you've created that are the buckets that people typically fit into?
Yeah, we call them mindset profiles or synthetic profiles. We have a few, and we tend to see similar ones across institutions, but every institution, of course, can be different depending on the data that they send us. Every institution is a little different, and it can differ by use case as well. But some of the most common ones that we tend to see, and we just revamped the name, so I think that's kind of an exciting thing. We see the go-getter profile, which is someone who maybe is very motivated, has a lot going on, has a lot on their plate, a lot of responsibilities. So you may see them as like kind of like the type A go-getter type of person, but at the same time they can get kind of easily overwhelmed or thrown off by an unexpected event because they have so much on their plate. So that's one profile. Another one that I like to highlight is the support-oriented student or learner who feels more confident in their abilities when they have some support.
Okay.
Maybe they think that they can't do something on their own, or they need help or guidance in order to complete a task. They're probably perfectly capable of doing it on their own, but they feel better and more
Sure.
confident when they have someone by their side. So those are a couple of them. We have about 7 profiles, kind of standard profiles that tend to come up, but again, it can vary by institution.
Does anyone, or do you often find that people don't fall into a profile?
Not really.
There's like the X that.
Yeah, there's always going to be an outlier. There's always going to be someone who's a little different. But for the most part, folks do fall into a profile. They're not distributed equally either. A population can have, a much larger chunk of support-oriented students and fewer go-getters or fewer of other groups of students. But there's always going to be someone who's a little bit different.
Of course. Let's just say that you're now working with. Who are you going to be presenting with?
I'm going to be presenting with Dr. Kirby, the CIO of Coppin State University, and Dr. Okampa, Associate Director of the Penn Center for Learning Analytics. I keep
no worries.
Stuff there.
So at both of those institutions, help me understand, like, what are they already using this and they're already seeing success, and if that is true, then like what are some of the aha moments you're going to be putting on the table in your presentation about support they were able to provide, systems they were able to change, maybe that a magical case of, hey, we caught the net caught this student that was going to kind of disappear and we were able to support them back. Like what kind of successes are you seeing?
Yeah, so we're not working with Penn right now. We're partnering with Dr. Okampa for the presentation.
Okay.
But we are working with Coppin State University.
Okay.
Still working on fully deploying the tool. But Coppin State is based in Maryland, in Baltimore, Maryland. And many of their students are African American or Black students and come from a range of backgrounds. They may be lower resource students, or they may be, not first generation students. Their parents may have gone to college before them. And so that's part of the reason why Coppin State is working with us, is their student population is a little bit more homogeneous in some ways, at least racially. But they thought about, and I'm really excited for Dr. Kirby to talk about this. So if you're able to go to the session, I think that'd be really great. Or for anyone listening, if you're able to go to the session, I think that would be great 'cause she's very inspiring to listen to.
Sure.
But they wanted to take a different approach to engaging with students. I've learned that many of the tools out there or models out there don't really work for the student population at Coppin State. And the institution wanted to take a different approach to engaging with students, really getting to the core of who they are, supporting them by meeting them where they're at. And so that's why we're working with Coppin State. We have these profiles of students, but we don't stop there. We do take action on those profiles, and we help practitioners do that. It can be faculty members or advisors, for example. So at Coppin State, we're working on deploying our nudges or messages that go out to students to get them to continue progressing in their education and in their learning journey. So that's the second half of the work that we do at Discourse Analytics.
Yeah, I was to say the nudging. I want to get to the nudges because that's interesting. Juxtapose thinking about a student from a behavioral or a mindset perspective as opposed to what's the standard. For example, you just said that this particular population at Coppin State doesn't, or isn't particularly responding maybe to traditional means. What are those traditional means? Like what's the difference?
Yeah. So I think most models and tools tend to depend on the data that's readily available, which is understandable. And much of that data is largely demographic. So we'll look at a student's status in terms of whether they're first generation or not. Are they Pell eligible? What is their race, ethnicity, their gender, income level, perhaps zip code? And that's important things to know, right? We want to make sure that students are not experiencing disparate outcomes by any means. And it can feel a little bit icky to say, like, maybe don't use that data or use it in a different way or use it in conjunction with behavioral data. So I recognize that it can feel a little bit weird. I have another thought that I want to share later, but by no means am I saying don't use demographic data at all. Just at least start thinking about behavioral data. Okay. And I think what's different about behavioral data compared to demographic data is it gets more to the core of why we do things. I think our demographic characteristics really inform our experience, but there's just like another level of engagement that we can provide to students. And I'll give one example. You'll get a preview of the session later today.
Sweet. That's what I want.
I want to give this example of a conversation that I had with our CEO recently. He told me, Ale, did you really get up every day to go to school because you're Latina? And I said, at first I was going to say no. And then I was like, actually, yeah, I did.
Shut up, really?
I was like, I did, because.
Are you Latina de America or?
I'm Latin American. My family's of Mexican heritage.
Okay.
My grandpa was a bracero, a farm worker in California, and my mom is first generation American. So that's very important to me.
Yeah, 100%.
And largely was the reason why I went to college. I mean, so many people supported me in being able to achieve that. My goal was to get educated so that I could have a job that supported my community. So I was like, yes, Lou, I actually did get up every day to go to school because I was Latina. But then we paused a little bit and I thought about it and I was like, but I get what you're saying, because it is and it isn't about that. I walked uphill both ways to school. I went to UCLA and it's on a hill, and you literally walk uphill both ways to and from school. So that was fun. But I went to school every day for 4 years because I was Latina, but going deeper into that, I was motivated.
Sure.
I was community oriented.
You just said something that I would never have said. And I just want to point that out. You said I went to school because I wanted to get a job to support my community.
Oh, yeah.
I would never, ever. And I mean that in the best possible way. It's just my background did not
I mean, of course, I
commit
wanted to
me
be able
to
to
that.
support myself in all the fun
Of course,
things.
of
right?
course, but like those words never just be, that's not part of my particular
Mhm.
cultural, background,
Right.
which is really interesting.
Right. Yeah. So it is informed by my demographic characteristics, but if you dig deeper, like there's something else there. And maybe you could have felt that if you were, let's say, first generation, or
100%,
maybe,
yeah.
and I'm assuming things about you here. I don't know if you were or weren't, but, we're digging deeper into the reason why someone does something. So I was motivated, I was community oriented, and we kind of joked that I felt a sense of obligation to do
Mhm.
well too. So even
Mhm.
if I didn't really want to go to class, I was like, well, people worked really hard to help me
Yeah,
get here,
sure, of
so
course, yeah.
I'm going to go. And so that's the level of engagement and understanding of learners and students that I think is different about DA. And that's why I work for DA. I used to be an advisor for high school students, for low income first gen students. And they shared many similar demographic categories, but they were also different, and they were motivated by different things. And I
Right.
couldn't get them to write an essay in the exact same way. So
Yeah.
I just feel like there's another layer that we can look at when we're looking at students, and in the ways when we're looking at the ways that we can support them, and just the way that we engage them, the experience that we provide. There's more there, and that's why we use behavioral
Sure,
data.
it's like I come from this neighborhood, but I'm not that. But that neighborhood doesn't necessarily define me. I kind of
Mhm.
like feel like that's the juxtaposition what you were saying about demographic data versus who I am, right?
Mhm.
That could be a way to
Yeah,
look
and it
at it.
could define you. It could
I
heavily
think
inform your
Well,
experience.
your environment always part.
Yeah.
You're not going to not be affected or be shaped by your environment,
Mhm.
but my zip code doesn't necessarily tell everything about it.
Mhm.
It
Or
doesn't
about
even doesn't even
what's going
begin
to
to.
happen. I mean,
Sure.
if you look at a predictive model,
I like that. That's a better way to say it. Yeah, like what's going to happen next?
right?
Yeah.
If you look at a predictive model, like if you're a low-income first-gen student of color, like the odds are stacked against you, unfortunately.
Mhm.
But that doesn't mean that these students aren't resilient, that they don't have.
Or that they don't have every opportunity to potentially be
Mhm.
successful in incredible
Mhm.
ways. Of course,
Yeah.
100%.
So that's why we look at this a little bit different. And just to give another example of how we think about this is, if you or anyone listening have siblings or kids, I don't know if you have either, three kids or siblings or both.
Kids. I
Okay.
have 3 kids. Sorry.
So 3 kids. Let's assume that they live in all 3 of them live in the same household.
Uh-huh.
They probably share most of the same demographic categories.
Mhm.
Do all 3 of your kids learn and think exactly the same?
They're 3 completely different
They're
people.
3 completely different
Yeah,
people.
100%.
So like that's just another example of how we approach things a little bit differently. Again, it's not about like being colorblind or anything like that, but it's just like, at least consider and think about using a different type of data to engage with students differently.
Awesome. I want to
Mhm.
offer you the opportunity. You said that there was another point you wanted to make and you wanted to return
Oh
to it. Do you
God,
remember
now
what that was?
I feel like I forgot.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure you were able to circle back. If you could.
Maybe it'll come back. Maybe it'll come back to me. Hope it
So
does.
so you said DA is that you started in the banking sector. Higher ed is a target audience for your product. How far along are you? Is this a product somebody can get off, buy off the shelf and you can start implementing today? Or are you still in the
Mhm.
learning phase?
No. We are working with several institutions already, ranging from online K-12 providers to large online higher education providers, private colleges, public colleges. We have a range of partners that we work with already, and folks can definitely work with us.
So then tell me how does this appear for the teacher, the administrator, the advisor? Let's just say my institution is signed up with you and this is a part of our system somehow.
Mhm.
How does this appear for me?
Yeah. So we do have a dashboard that folks can use. The great thing about our work is that it's very flexible. The hard thing for those of us who work at DA is that our work is very flexible.
I was just going to say flexibility has its like pros and cons. So,
Yeah. So we have a dashboard that folks can use. I think the value add comes from a lot of different places. You could even just end at having the mindset profiles of your students, but we don't want to stop there. So we do have a dashboard that folks can look at where they'll see like their roster of students. Every student, not every student, but students may have a flag that comes up with for them that will flag them for different engagement needs.
Okay.
So it could be like you might need engagement related to your academics, but I may need engagement related to my relationship to the institution and my sense of belonging at the institution. So that's one piece of it. And I wish I now I feel like I'm demoing, and I
Yes.
wish I had like a little screen here, but I don't. It's okay. So in the center, we have the messages that an educator can send
Sure.
to their learners. Those can be automated if the institution so chooses, or the educator can go in and kind of slightly edit it and press send.
So let me get you out of demo mode, just
Okay.
for this conversation. Talk to me about those nudges, because I'm interested. Is
Yep.
like, I don't want to lead the horse, and like I don't want to lead your answer here. So just what do those nudges look like, and how are they different than what universities or institutions are
Yeah.
sending now?
And thanks for getting me out of demo mode.
You're here at a demo. I mean, like,
Yeah,
anyway.
I was like, where's my screen? How are they different? I think that's such a good question. If you think about chatbots or maybe other automated texting or messaging platforms that exist, they will contact a student based on different things. It can be, whoever hasn't filled out their FAFSA yet, or any variety of situations. But every student who hasn't filled out their FAFSA is going to get the exact same message.
Now, today, traditionally.
Traditionally, right.
Uh-huh.
And do we actually know why said student hasn't completed their FAFSA? Not really. Or I think about apologies to one of my sisters, but I think of me and one of my sisters, we're very different. And if we both get the message of like, hey, the FAFSA's due in 5 days, like, what are you doing? I might be like, shoot, okay, and I get it done real quick.
Yeah.
But my sister might be like, oh my God, I've got so many other things to do. Just start getting a little overwhelmed. So that message is just going to land really differently. And there's research supporting this too. One of my favorite examples is a dissertation. I think it was Shannon Brady, who I think is now at Wake Forest, but her dissertation was at Stanford, who looked at the outcomes of 2 different admissions letters to Stanford. A more individually focused letter of saying like, you're amazing, you're going to do great things here at Stanford, did not do as well for students who were low income first gen or from more underrepresented communities. But the one that was more community oriented did actually get students to want to be a part of the institution more so.
Interesting.
So what's out there right now, I think, is really helpful because it facilitates engagement. But again, there's just that additional layer of engaging with learners that is just like, there's just so much possibility of like meeting a student where they're at, really listening to them and not just like broadcasting to them all the time. So I think that's the difference with our
Does it go
nudges.
like, and this is me being hopeful, but would it change tone?
It does
And
change
the way
tone.
that, for example, if you're gonna write text with my 15-year-old, you're gonna do that in a very different way than if you're texting with my wife.
Mm-hmm.
And so does it, would it do that? Is it able to understand who I am in my profile with that kind of depth? That
Yes.
gonna use the same language I use, that kind of stuff?
It'll use it'll use language that is more relevant to your mindset. So we can identify various aspects of a mindset. That was like the third part of the dashboard that I was starting to get into that I won't. But we can identify what we call drivers and block. I feel like I'm slipping.
Sorry.
We can identify drivers and blockers for students. So a driver is something that will keep them moving forward, and a blocker is something that will prevent them from continuing in their education journey. And in our messages, we try to address both. So it's like, I don't know, now making an example up on the fly. But it could be like the FAFSA's due in 5 days. I know it can be overwhelming to have to complete your
Right.
get
Exactly.
your
Yeah.
FAFSA.
Sure. 100%. Yeah.
Reach out to your financial aid
Yeah.
counselor for support.
So yeah, we can help you get this done. It doesn't have to be overwhelming.
Yeah.
Try to both say, look, this is important, and not block it at the same time with that same language. Sure. I
Yeah.
understand.
As opposed to a message that we may want to send, which could be like, yo, the FAFSA's due in 5 days. Like, what are you doing?
You want some money, yo, or what? Anyway.
But we don't want to do that with everyone because not everyone's going to respond
So-
to that the same.
In the few seconds or the few minutes that we have left here, what are the challenges that you're hearing from institutions about adopting this? The fears around, oh my gosh, here's this, again, data set. Are you going to identify the wrong people or send the wrong message?
Mhm.
Data privacy, these kinds of
Yeah.
like, what are those challenges?
All very good and valid questions that folks ask of us, and I have a lot of things that are coming to mind, so I'll try to go through them kind of quickly. The first one is like, we're not prepared to work with you, like our data
Sure, it's not
warehouse,
organized. It's not sure silos and all these
the
yeah.
things. Yes,
Yeah.
all of that, and that's fine. I think that's true. It could be a little more challenging to work with us in that situation, but I think what I'm trying to do is talk more about using behavioral data. So even if you're setting up your data warehouse, you're at least thinking like, okay, I should have some behavioral data elements included in here so that I'm ready for the next thing. Another concern is often like privacy. We don't collect demographic or personally identifiable information. So we'll like scrub that in a certain way. Another concern that folks bring up is the demographic piece, but we are able to relabel data in a way that we can send it back to the institution and they can check for outcomes based on demographics if they choose to.
Mhm.
And I think, the last one is the idea of the black box of like, how do I know what's going on in
sure.
here? And we are not a black box. We do share a lot about our work and our model with our customers.
Oh, cool.
I just hesitate because it can just get a little bit confusing.
Mhm.
But we are very transparent in how we work with.
So if
with
somebody wants to
institutions.
know, they can get into the weeds with your data scientists.
Yeah,
and
go
those
for
kinds
it
of-
if you want to get in the weeds.
Allie,
Yeah.
what are you? So last question for you. What are you most excited for? Like you sound very passionate about this. I love the stories that you told. This is something that resonates with you and is really important to you. What are you most excited for over the next sort of 12, 16, 18 months
Yeah.
as things change? Is like, wow, more adoption, or is there new things or sort of new shiny objects that are coming down that you're particularly excited about?
Definitely more adoption would be great. And I don't want to say new shiny objects because I think we kind of are a new shiny object, but we're also not. And I don't say it in a bad way. I say that because like, I mean, we're using AI and behavioral data. Like that's kind of a big deal. But just you're hearing so many things about like generative AI and I don't know what. And I'm kind of talking about a kind of a foundational thing of just like, what data are you using? So I'm excited about that. I'm excited about folks, being excited about AI, but also just being excited about going back to basics and looking at something that we've been using for a long time a little bit differently. So for me within the company, I'm hoping to socialize this concept a bit more. And then obviously we would love to continue to work with more institutions, more learning providers of various types, and just start to engage with students differently, meet them where they're at, and
Sure.
provide the personalized experience that we all get elsewhere, Netflix and Amazon, but don't necessarily get in our education, and that's what students are asking for. So I'm excited to get more folks on the bandwagon.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for taking the time out
Yeah,
to speak with us about to say. It was a really great conversation. I really appreciate it.
I'm glad you thought so, and thanks so much for inviting me. It was
Absolutely.
great.
All right, everyone, we are back here live at the eLearn podcast, or on the eLearn podcast at Educause. We're still in Chicago. I believe it's still cold outside, but we're here fantastically with Jenny Sanders, who is from Western Governors University. Do I have that correct?
Yes.
I've never heard of that one before, but there's like 10,000 universities out there. So
Well, I often say it's the best university you've never heard of
nice.
because it's nonprofit. We're
Okay.
newer. We started in 1997. And
Great. I just want to make sure I
Okay.
took us off mute. That would be classic.
right.
Yeah.
And so we're an online nonprofit competency-based
Okay.
university.
Mhm.
And we were started by 19 Western governors in the United States of America to
Okay.
meet a need for, at the time, it was really adults who were not in your typical college age range, who needed access to education. And going to an on-ground institution when you have families and jobs that you're juggling was not easy in 1997, and it's still not easy now. So we've grown in quite a bit of relevance, and we have over 300,000 graduates and about 165,000 students currently enrolled.
Mm.
So while not everyone has heard of us yet, many people
You just
have.
wait. You just wait. Fantastic. So, introduce yourself. So, what is your role at the university? Why are you here at Educause? Like, sort of what tasks do you perform? Like, what universe do you
What
operate
do you
in?
do all day?
Yeah.
So I'm the vice president of faculty experience and academic services. And what I get to do with my team is to work with our faculty and their leaders across the university in all of the colleges to really think through what's the next iteration of faculty models, tools, metrics, etc., practices that can help us to meet our key results. And our university has 3 key results. It's how we measure ourselves, year over year, and it's completion, equity, and return for our
Okay.
students. And I spend a lot of time thinking about what can technology do to enable a more human-centered experience in online education. And so one of the things that I do here at Educause is learn more about some of the tech that's out there and also share the things that we're doing here.
Sure.
And so I was here today with our director of faculty research, Bernadette Howlett, and talking about the momentum indicator that we use in many of our faculty tools.
Yeah, and like in your blurb, in your abstract for your presentation, it's called MOMI, the
Mhm.
momentum indicator, which I
Yes.
think is pretty cool. I always love when a tool gets a name because then it either fails. It's like HAL, from 2000. It's like it either fails completely or it's like really cool.
Even better when it sounds like an anime name, right? Momi.
You're good. You know exactly what you're doing here. That's fantastic. So I was reading the abstract. I want to hear about the presentation because this momentum indicator was put together specifically to understand what happens if we actually give nudges promptly, or how do we identify
Oh,
students, and then how, like what do we do? I guess the results. I was reading the results at the end. If students receive nudges promptly, that there were good results that happened. So why don't you walk
Yes.
us through like the genesis? Like how did you come up with this? How did you identify it as a potential thing? And then how did you put it into place?
Yeah, absolutely. And first thing I'll say, of course, is it's a team effort. It was not just me, for sure.
Come on, it was you. You did
but
all the
yeah.
coding. No, I'm just playing.
If only, right? No, that would be bad for everyone.
Yeah.
So what we were really looking at, and one of the reasons we call it the momentum indicator, is that I really dislike terms like at-risk students,
Sure.
right? Because it puts all of the onus on the student and not on the institution and the experience that we're providing. And so we think about momentum as the inverse of friction. And so learners at any given moment are experiencing a certain amount of friction within our system and also just in their lives, right? And that's going to impact their academic progress. And so what this predictive model does is it predicts based on what's happening with learners, lots of different data points that we bring in, what's the level of friction that it looks like they're experiencing in this moment. And that's really important. So students are not labeled necessarily as like, low momentum, right? But they have low momentum at a given moment. And that means that we can do things to intervene that change that momentum. So we don't intend that they ever stay in any particular category. Well, I guess if they're high momentum, we don't want to interfere with that. But it's really a way for us to keep ourselves from thinking about students with labels and instead thinking about what's their experience and how can we impact that to help their progress.
I love it.
And
Love
so, so we use this model in a lot of different ways. And one of the ways that we've used it is we put it into our faculty tools so they can use it as something they can filter on, and that helps them to prioritize their time and then also to personalize the support that they're giving to these learners. And the research that you alluded to earlier, the bottom line,
Yeah.
was that we have a tool that our faculty use called the Learner Care Dashboard. It's actually a customized tool within Salesforce that we built in-house that surfaces to faculty, things when students look like they're experiencing a moment that that could use some attention. And we have service level agreements around reaching out. And what we found is that when students, for the most part, if the predominant experience that they have is that when one of these, we call them essential actions, surfaces for our faculty, if that learner experiences outreach, it is vastly better for their course completion and their retention if they get outreach at all.
Mhm.
And then if they receive timely outreach, so within that SLA window, then it improves it even more. And we saw that overall, for example, we saw about a 20% increase in course completion rates for those who experienced timely outreach most of the time. And we saw that differentiated by momentum category.
Okay.
So it will come as not a surprise to anyone who's been in education for longer than about 15 minutes that the students who were higher momentum, the impact of that faculty outreach, it was positive, but very, very small.
Mm.
Like they're already doing fine,
Sure.
right? We basically get in their way, right? We
Mhm.
reach out to them when they're doing just fine. But we saw that impact really begin to increase at medium to lower momentum. And with the most dramatic differences usually in that much lower momentum category. And so that helped us to kind of affirm what we thought, which is really where we want our faculty spending most of their time is with the learners for whom they'll have the biggest impact, right? They'll make a difference in their
Sure.
progress. And so they can use the model, they can use their tools to identify, prioritize their time, and do what they do best, which is provide fantastic learner-centered support.
Maybe I missed this in the very, very beginning, and I apologize if I did, but like, who woke up one day? Was this your co-presenter who woke up one day and said, like, we need to build this model, or this model needs to exist, or like, how is that? I'm always interested. It's like, who was it? Just, do we stumble into this somehow?
Oh, good
Like,
question. I mean, I'm sure there have been many model dreams, right? Over
Yeah.
the mathematical model-based dreams. I'm just going
Right.
to speculate that. Over the years, and actually, we had a similar model many years ago that was actually the head of our institutional research team came up with that initially, and this model is actually an iteration of that,
Okay.
and then kind of what we were looking to do was actually take demographic variables for the most part out of it,
Mhm.
because we believe that talent is everywhere. It
Sure.
doesn't really matter where you come from. So how do we actually represent in this model the friction and not someone's demographics? Because I think that's a failing of a lot of the models that we have in higher ed, that we're essentially perpetuating perceptions that are the result of inequities that are already built in, right? And so we wanted to get beyond that. And so with this model, it's a derivative of that original model, and it was a combination of really just brilliant data science work from folks in our institutional research team, from Bernadette Howlett on my team, and then I was there to clap and support along the way, basically, and
Nice.
and say this is how we want to use it, right? And we were able to see that all of the demographic variables would fall out of this model after about 2 weeks, except for one, and that was income, which makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
If you are in the United States of America, I mean, maybe anywhere in the world, but I can speak, being here in the United States, if you are lower income, you experience a ton of friction.
Oh.
Right?
Sure.
And that's going to carry over into your educational experience. And so what we can see is that, yes, they're experiencing friction, and we can do something about some of it.
Mhm.
I'll never make the claim that we can do it for 100% of people all of the time, because life is complicated.
Sure.
But we're getting better at providing the support that really moves the needle for many of those students.
As a newer, smaller institution right now, do you find that it's easier to move the needle on something like this? So it sounds like you have an environment ripe for saying, hey, look, let's try something new like this, and let's change the narrative around how we're even looking at this. Let's change, like, I want to get into that SLA thing, because that was business speak. And if I'm a professor, anybody coming at me with the term SLA, I feel like I'm going to cringe, and I'm going to that kind of stuff. So talk to me about that. What's the environment like at Western Governors in that? Are the people who are working, the faculty and whatnot, do you feel like it's a very progressive, sort of forward thinking kind of agile environment kind of start?
Yeah, I think much more so in some ways than traditional higher ed. And I'll just push back on being small. 'Cause
Sorry, I
we're about
apologize.
165,000 students,
Sorry.
so we're pretty big. But
I apologize. That's huge compared to most campuses.
you're right
I meant
that
to
we're
say
newer.
new. I meant to say new.
Yeah. So we're newer, we're younger, and I think because of the way that we were formed and the purpose for which we were formed, which was to provide, really to some extent, a disruptive innovation in higher education that met the needs of adult students. I should say, non-traditionally aged adult students. 18-year-olds are still adults, right? And so I do think we were set up to be innovative from the beginning, and that is a key part of who we are and of our values, of our cultural beliefs, principles that we follow. So I do think in that respect, there's a lot of support up and down the chain for thinking differently about things and trying things that are really going to help our students. And I think that's the other piece. Every institution calls themselves student-centered. I think everyone has really good intentions, right? I would never call that into question. But we measure ourselves specifically around the success of our students and not anything else. And so I think that's also that the clarity of that helps us to prioritize work and to do things that might be more difficult in other contexts.
So when you say, I want to get to this SLA thing in a second, but I just want to clarify one thing, because you said you measured against three things. One was completion. What were the other two pieces?
Return and equity.
So is that your formula? Then if those three things kind of add up, that's what equals success? Is that how?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. We want the education that we're providing. We wanted to open opportunities, right? So return for our learners. It has to actually open up pathways for them, right? And they will usually do that because they complete, so graduation. And then we want it to work for everyone, right? So equity.
Okay.
So we do measure ourselves on all of those things on literally a weekly basis.
Wow. That's so take me there. Like, again, of the people that I've been talking with here, one of the biggest pieces of friction usually in an institution is the faculty, just simply because they spend their time becoming experts at what they do and being a part of an agile sort of forward thinking, and then being measured with an SLA. Holy smokes. I feel like that's an interesting thing. Talk to me about, is that just sort of something I sign up for if I'm a professor at your university? Is that, what kind of friction have you had there? What kind of pushback? That kind of stuff?
Great question. So first of all, we had to explain what an SLA was a lot, actually, to some of our folks. And in retrospect, I kind of wish I would have used a different word for it. But because what I would tell them is, nobody's expecting 100% SLA. What we were setting so what an SLA is, right? I'll explain this to our audience.
Yes, exactly.
Right? Thank you. Is that when one of these notifications would surface based on the type of event that it represents. So in other words, how quickly we think that student likely needs support. That's where we would put the SLA. So the shortest one is about 4 hours. And then the longest ones are like 72 hours. And what we said when we rolled it out was, listen, do your best. We're not expecting anyone to get 100% SLA on this, actually. What we're trying to measure is how often are we providing the experience we want for our learners in terms of the faculty support. This is not necessarily like a faculty performance metric per se, but in our context, this is one way for us to understand where are we falling down as an institution. Because if they're not getting the support that they need in a particular amount of time, perhaps our staffing is off, right? Perhaps
Well, I was just
other
going to
things
say,
are
how
off.
does this and how does this play out in the terms of who knows how to get, who knows who's responsible for giving the nudge? Because a student who, okay, I'm in an algebra class or a calculus class, and I'm not doing in that assignment, I would see that falling in the professor's kind of like, hey, or even a TA kind of, hey. But if it's a financial issue, or if it's a work, maybe a study life issue. Do we use that term? Like, not a work life issue, a family issue or something like that. It would fall in maybe a counselor or something like that. So how do you divide those responsibilities up, and how do those Venns work?
Yeah, great question. So I probably should have started at the beginning talking about one of the other things that's different about Western Governors is our faculty model. Okay. So we have what we call a specialized or disaggregated faculty model. Because we're competency based and we need the assessments to be rigorous and aligned for all learners, we have faculty who design their curriculum assessments based on competency-based education best practices. We have instructor faculty who are, that all they do is teach students. Like, I shouldn't say all, what they do, which is really important, is teach our students and support them, right, in those course-based areas. And they are subject matter experts in that area. And then we also have evaluators who, again, subject matter experts, they never meet with students. They evaluate the work. They don't know the names of the students when they're evaluating it, because we want it to be as objective as possible
Wow.
against the competency rubrics.
That's
right?
a very interesting third level there that I am not familiar with. Is
Yeah.
that
Well, I mean, because we want to be able to say this is really
objectively?
very,
Yes.
yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Sure.
As objective as we can be, right, in terms of human learning. And then there is a fourth leg to this faculty table that is our program mentors. And these are folks who are generally master's prepared, have experience in the field, and they guide the student throughout this entire program. And we talk about them as helping to support programmatic competencies. So these aren't necessarily things that are just course-based, but thinking about how would this apply to your career, or like in this field, this is where some of these things might come in.
Mm-hmm.
And so when it comes to motivation or other types of things that are not course-based, that mentor is pivotal for
Mhm.
those learners.
Mm-hmm.
And many of them, again, lead very complicated lives. And having that mentor there, having that person they can always go to, makes an enormous difference. And at graduation, when we have student speakers stand up and talk about, their experience, we've never had one that didn't mention their mentor and what a difference they made for them.
Where do they stand up and say that? I mean, as an online university, like that,
We have on-ground graduation.
So you do have.
Uh-huh.
I
Yeah.
love the future hybrid universe that we live in now, because I'm always just like, so where does that happen?
Yeah. Well, we actually have both. So we have on-ground commencements where students can come, bring their families. We
Uh-huh.
do them regionally, so they don't have to travel too much, even though we're a national university. We do also virtual commencements, because we know that doesn't work for
Of
everyone.
course.
And we want to make sure people get their moment in the sun.
That's super. So as I've said to everyone thus far in these interviews over the last 2 days and over the last 3 years, it's easy to talk about all the good stuff, right? This sounds awesome. The model sounds like it's working great. You've got obviously a faculty profile and whatnot that are ready to serve. What are the challenges? Where is it falling apart? Where hasn't it worked? What gaps have you found? These things.
Yeah, great question. I think, like so many institutions, I think we were designed to serve very well the initial use case that we had, which was older adults, average age usually in their 30s, right? Very self-driven, etc. And what we're seeing now, we still serve that use case very well, but we're seeing more and more younger folks coming to us, especially after the pandemic, and online learning doesn't scare anybody anymore, right? They don't always love it, but sometimes they do.
Mhm.
And we have more of them coming to us, and this is a different group
Mhm.
with different needs, different expectations. And so one of the things that we are really learning a lot about right now and trying and experimenting around is how do we better support first-time, full-time students in the type of model that we have. That wasn't initially built for them,
Right.
but we want it to be. Again, with that principle of equity, we want it to work for everyone. And so how do we do that? So there's a lot happening there, and it's not easy. There's bumps along the road because it's different for everyone, right? From enrollment to to our faculty to even how our career services is providing support to students and alumni, right? So that's one thing that is I think it's both a really strong opportunity and something that's very aligned with our mission. So we have a lot of buy-in around working on it, but it's hard, it's messy.
Can you give me like a specific example of the messiness? I'm trying to
Yeah.
personally understand a learner that is self-motivated in their 30s, probably already has a job, wants to upskill or reskill or something like that, as opposed to an 18-year-old who's coming in first time.
Yeah.
Is there really, like, can you give me one real stark example of a difference that leads into that messiness?
Yeah, I think especially with those coming in after the pandemic, whose high school experience was
Fractured.
Yes, we'll say it that way. Yes.
Yeah.
They're often coming in sometimes a little less prepared
Mhm.
and need a bit more foundational support,
Mhm.
which we have support for that, but we now need it at a different level and in a different way than we provided it before. So one example, the Writing Center, which is something that my group helps to support. In the past, a lot of their focus, yes, it could be on students who needed to upskill in writing. It was also about helping students in their capstone learn, APA formatting, right,
Sure.
for their research papers,
Mhm,
things like
mhm.
that. And we need to shift almost entirely now to more of that foundational support, and that's a real shift, right? So that's one thing I would say, and then the other is the desire for feeling part of an online, more connected university is much stronger in these younger folks, and so really figuring out how do you do that in an authentic way that doesn't feel like what we lovingly inside call the creepy treehouse, where you build it without somebody and then say, "Come on in," and they're like, "No."
No. Especially when it's in the metaverse. you
Yeah,
know?
yeah, right, exactly, with no legs. Well, I
Yeah.
guess there's legs now. But and so that's something we're experimenting with now in a number of different ways to see, what will our students actually participate in? What do they need? What works in this context? We're not trying to be all things to everybody, but we do know that this feeling of belonging and connection to other students is really important, especially now, and especially to these younger learners. And that's been less of a thing for some of our older students.
I could see that it's definitely. I mean, like the math by the gut, as I like to say on the podcast here. Like, it seems obvious that somebody in their 30s, they're like, "Look, I've got a job to do here. I want to. I'm getting something done." Whereas somebody who's coming in and like, "This is my next phase in life,
Exactly.
a new huge piece of my identity," that would be a real big part.
Mhm.
Do you find that in the creepy treehouse? No, I'm sorry. You just put it out there, so no.
We're not building the creepy treehouse. None.
Do you find that when piecing together this sense of belonging, are people, I guess, dividing themselves up geographically? Are they dividing themselves up by topic, like how it would normally happen in a university? Or like, how are you seeing those groups form and what's important to them? Like,
Yeah, great question. The question is, we're learning, and
Yeah.
we're still very, very new at this. So we had tried out a couple of different community platforms to just see, what will students actually make the time to do,
Mhm.
right? Because at the end of the day, we have sort of two jobs to be done for our learners at WGU. We have, help me get a degree and help me get a better job,
Mhm.
right? Or get a job at all.
Sure, yeah.
And so if the communities don't help them in one of those two things, it's unlikely that they will participate in large numbers. That doesn't mean that smaller communities might not be really important for certain groups. And so we've actually just barely signed a contract with a new vendor that's more of a life cycle community platform that isn't just focused on courses, it isn't just focused on sort of these isolated areas, but really thinking about from even before they are enrolled at the university, through their student journey, and then after as alumni. How do we keep them connected in the same space so that they can find the type of connection that's most important for them? So we'll be watching to see. Obviously, we'll provide some community moderation and support ourselves, but there will be opportunities for students to start some of their own, and I can't wait to see if they come
Yeah,
up
no, I'm psyched for that, because it's always interesting to me seeing how you can create the space, but will people show up? Will they
Mhm.
participate? Will they cotton to the brand? And then in some cases that works. Apple figured it out, right? There are fanboys of Apple, fan people of
Right.
Apple, all over the place. But then there's other brands that doesn't work for. And yet then there are user groups, right? Like,
Mhm.
that happen spontaneously that someone will put together. So I'm very interested to see how that plays out.
You and me both.
Yeah.
You and me both.
So beyond community, last question for you here, so that you can get off to lunch. What's the next step here with Momi? With is there a 2.0? Is there another piece that you're
Oh,
bolting
yeah.
onto it? Like, what's the future vision for maybe the next 2 years?
Yeah, absolutely. So when I think about the intersection of technology and like the really skillful faculty support that we want to provide our learners, one of the biggest things getting in the way is administrivia,
Ah,
right?
It always is. Yeah.
Always,
That
right?
red tape.
Yes.
Mhm.
So right now we're working to find a partner that will help us to build in a much more intelligent system with much more automation of a lot of the work that our faculty do that is not talking to students,
Right.
so that they have more time to do the work that they came to us to do. I mean, we're so lucky at WGU. We have faculty that this is what they want. They want to work with students, right? That's what brings them joy.
Right.
And we get in their way with some of the work that has to be done for documentation and things like that. So we're really looking to leverage AI and other types of systems to make sure that as much as we can, we get that off of their plate and they can do the job that the students need them to do and that they came here to do.
I still say that the missing piece in the Gen AI revolution, that everybody's still so talking about authenticity of work, of cheating. These, I think the whole iceberg underneath all of that, of how do I stop asking staff about when they're going to do their vacation times, or like where, what's for lunch, and these kinds of, like,
Yes.
it's just really, there's a huge amount of stuff we can take off their plate.
Yes.
I'm really interested to see how you guys innovate that. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I can't
All right.
wait.
Jenny, thank you so much for taking time out of this extremely busy day, I'm sure, to speak with us. I wish you all the luck, and I can't wait to follow up.
Thank you so much, Stephen. Take
Yep.
care.
Okay, folks, we're back live here at Educause. I'm still in Chicago, and it's still Educause, and it's fantastic. But now, happily, we're here with Scott Smith. We're going to talk about, what is the talk of the town for? It has been for a year or so now. But I'm just going to take down your picture from the screen so they can see us. Shazam, there we are. Generative AI. And AI in general. And I wanted you actually, just as you were walking up here, you said, "Look, let's focus this in this particular way." And I want to remind everyone that we've been using AI forever. Yeah, in terms of technologies forever, right? I mean, I use Google Maps to get here. Uber use Google AI to find me. Grammarly is and so AI has been around us all the time. The advent of Gen AI over, again, which is about a year ago, has just kind of brought it really to the forefront. Talk to me about your experience. Like what? First, let's introduce you. Who
Sure.
are you?
Sure.
Where do you come from?
Okay. So I'm Scott Smith. I'm an instructional technologist from Northern Michigan University, and I've kind of been thrust to the forefront of one of a couple people that have been thrust in the forefront of dealing with AI on campus and how we're going to stay ahead of it.
Yeah, sure.
And try to anticipate it and adapt.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
Well, and so what has that looked like on your campus?
Well, basically I've been doing a lot of departmental meetings with the board, meetings with department heads, basically trying to get people up to speed as to what it even is.
Okay.
I mean, there's a whole continuum there. People who know a lot about it,
Mhm.
and then there's people who've never even heard of it still.
Sure.
And a whole bunch of people have heard about it but have never tried it and
Mhm.
really don't know what it can do,
Mhm.
what some of the challenges are,
Mhm.
and opportunities as well. So.
Okay. What is, and just for the record, like, are these conversations, do you find are they fear-based? Are they, is that continuum also exist there? I mean, is there a lot of fear in the room, anxiety, excitement and forward-looking?
I would say about 3/4 terror and about 1/4 excitement. Depending on which department you're talking about.
Which ones are the terror departments?
Well,
Without calling anybody out, I guess.
Yeah, the ones that are most affected by it. I shouldn't say terror, because the two departments that are most disrupted by it are actually the two departments that are the most up on it, because they have to be. So I shouldn't say terror, but a lot of concern.
Mhm,
a lot of concern.
mhm.
Art and design, for instance.
Sure.
English.
Sure.
These are programs that are going to be probably heavily disrupted by this technology, and they're already starting to see it, but I don't think they have not seen the tsunami hit yet.
No, I don't think anybody has actually begun to understand how this is going to affect us, for sure. One of the things, so again, as you were walking up here, you said we might want to focus this around literacy. Literacy about what?
About AI. In a nutshell, what we're talking about is a program to mitigate challenges and leverage opportunities. So what we want is students, faculty, and staff to all understand what some of the dangers are, what some of the limitations are, and also how to use it responsibly, because it actually there's a lot of good with generative AI if it's used properly. Depending on the demographic, if you're talking about students, faculty, staff, you'd need pretty much 3 separate programs for them.
Okay.
Focusing on what the types of things that they would need to use it for. But do you want to go with that?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
I was just kind of waiting for a pause to ask you. So as you're thinking about these 3 buckets of, these 3 demographic circles that we'll so call them,
Yep.
What are the commonalities of things that they don't know? If that's a possibility, or like, where would you start those different literacy conversations?
The challenge is there's a lot of challenges involved.
Okay.
With the students and the faculty, you're talking about academic dishonesty, plagiarism in a nutshell.
Sure.
And that opens a whole new can of worms as far as what originality is and things like this. We're not even gonna get into that. So you have academic dishonesty, you have false and biased information, because it's basically scrape the data. I'm talking about like ChatGPT, for
Sure.
instance. Scrape the data from the internet, and there's a lot of faulty and biased information.
Of
in
course.
that.
Yeah.
You have hallucination,
Mhm.
where it just makes stuff up,
Mhm.
and there's a lot of reasons, potential reasons for that too, including the way we prompt it, and the information that it was taken from. You have things like copyright infringement, a bunch of legal issues that are popping up that are brand new territory, because this is between, like a complete originality and a complete plagiarism,
Right.
because it's
Mhm.
not word for word grabbing something. You know what I mean? Like we almost need I question whether we need like something in the middle now, and is academia going to accept that as
Interesting.
generate,
Yeah.
as opposed to completely create or completely
Mhm.
plagiarize. But, so anyway, I wanted to throw some facts and figures out there.
Please do.
It's-
Before you do, I'm going to encourage you to get just a little closer so we
Okay.
hear you. Great. There you
Sorry
go.
about that,
Perfect.
folks.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay, so one of the things I wanted to focus on was the students,
Okay.
because we only have a limited amount of time. Let's talk about the students
Yeah.
as far as how it will benefit them. Well, like I was saying, we want to mitigate challenges, leverage opportunities. So let's talk about the challenges for a minute for the students. They need to know what the limitations are. They need to know, for instance, what it can do, what it's good at, and what it's not good at, and what they can use it for reliably, and what is kind of dangerous to use it for. Another aspect is they need to understand for instance, the academic dishonesty policy for their school, for their instructor, because each instructor can be different. There can be a whole continuum.
That's
But
really,
we-
yeah.
we-
There's a lot of hurdles to pay attention
Oh,
to.
for sure. Like we've created a bunch of syllabus statements for instructors to use from the CTL. And they range anything from, I don't want to see it in my class or even hear about it, to go ahead and use it, man. We're totally cool with it.
Yeah.
Just let us know what you used it for.
Mhm.
So the students need to know, that they need to communicate effectively with their instructor. And their instructors need to be transparent, very, very transparent,
Mhm.
because it's very new. Instructors might think that they don't need to
Give direction on it.
Yeah,
Yeah. Uh-huh.
of course, I'm not gonna. Well, the students don't know that, because they might have an instructor that the hour before that is totally cool with it.
Right.
So,
Right.
but another aspect of this too that I think is important is a lot of a lot of employers are really requiring. They really want their students to know a lot about, or at least a little about, generative AI and how to use it. And the things we're talking about, like mitigating challenges and leveraging the opportunity. So I'd like to throw some facts and figures out there.
Please do. I love anybody who comes with a data set.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is from the Cengage 2023 Graduate Employability Report. 79% of employers state that employees would benefit from experience working with AI.
Wow.
And what I would love is at our school, at all schools, for students to graduate this December, the ones that are graduating December, having some sort of experience using AI across the board.
Sure.
I don't know how that's feasible, how we could throw something together like that in that short of a time, but it's certainly something for people to think about, for, administration and faculty, that this is, students don't pay a bunch of money for, I shouldn't say it. Okay, let me reword that. Many students have an expectation of being able to find a career from the money that they spend on a higher education.
Sure, value for money, right? And you don't want to
Absolutely.
walk out of your degree without having the latest and greatest, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
And granted, you do come out being a more well-rounded human being and a more responsible citizen. And there's a lot to be said for that. That being said, if I have $30,000 or $50,000 worth of student debt, I need to pay that back somehow. So it would be really nice if I could get a job in the career field that I just spent 4 or 5 years
Yeah,
working
sure.
towards. So now knowing that 79% of employers state that this is going to be a feather in your cap.
100%.
This is going to be something that we'd like you to have.
I want to know what the 21% of the ones that said, nah, this ain't that. And we're like, what, where did they come from? What, do you know what sectors they
I
came from?
don't.
It's interesting because I feel like there's not a sector that's not going to be touched in some way or isn't already being affected.
They say basically, if your job isn't replaced by AI,
It's replaced by somebody
will
who
be replaced by someone who does use AI.
exactly. That's
So that is something that we need to, for our students' sake. If we care about our students, we should probably be cognizant of that fact and try to facilitate that.
Yeah.
Coming out of it. Okay, I'm gonna throw some other ones at you.
please.
Okay,
Yeah.
61% of graduates state that they will need to develop or strengthen their digital skills due to AI. 68% of employers state that many employees will have to be reskilled or upskilled in the next 3 to 5 years.
Can I just I'll jump in there though, but isn't that a huge business opportunity for your university and
Yes,
other places to say, look,
absolutely.
let's open up a new department or at least a new
Yep.
micro course or micro credential or something like that. It's just like, hey, look, here's
You hit the nail on the head.
Right.
Yeah, I think of it as a tremendous opportunity for the university to kind of reclaim some students,
Mhm.
because unfortunately, there's some other things.
Uh-oh.
Employers are moving more towards skill-based hiring rather than degree-based hiring.
Sure.
So they're loosening restrictions for hiring. So they want people with those skills. If we move into like credentials and things like this, badges for AI or whatever. And also, if our students graduate knowing those things, that helps the university, it helps our students. It can only be, it's something we should definitely put into our long-term strategy for sure. Just a couple more.
I love this. This is fantastic.
Only 41% of grads say that their programs taught them skills needed for their first job.
Wow. Do we think that that's radically different than, let's just say, 10 years ago?
I don't know. It would
Just-
be interesting to see.
Yeah,
Did we
I
ask
don't
those questions?
I
10
don't
years
know.
ago?
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Because I feel like, okay, we're probably in the same age category, at least the same age group.
Mhm.
I feel like that was even a conversation when we graduated, just saying, hey, look, I got the degree and that was my ability to go knock on the door.
Yeah.
And at least have a conversation.
Yep.
And then many times the company would say, hey, look, okay, you do look and taste and smell like the kind of people we want. We're going to bring you into and we're going to teach you our way anyway.
Sure.
So do you think that still resonates or no?
I think, especially the tech companies, are looking for people with specific skills, and things are becoming more and more
Be effective on day one kind of thing.
Yeah, at least they won't have to train you nearly as much,
Right.
and you'll have more realistic expectations of what the job requires. Maybe.
I think you're probably right on the tech side. One of the things I find, and we see this with, especially with some of the things that come out of Google and Facebook and these larger tech companies, where you get so specialized and you're in that box, but then they sort of have to backfill the socialization and the community and those kinds of. So it's a chicken and egg kind of problem.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and actually, interestingly enough, tech companies are still looking for, how did they say it? 66% of employers also state that they are prioritizing uniquely human skills, such as communication and being able to disagree with people in a reasonable manner.
I need to copy that immediately. It's my entire argument right there. Fantastic. Yeah.
Apparently, the social skills probably having something to do with COVID, I would imagine, and maybe social media, things like that. The tech companies, in addition to, they want it both. They want the tech skills, they want the AI skills, but they also want people that they can talk to and have conversations with that won't melt down.
Talk to me about. Wow, I'm trying to formulate this question because really what I want to ask is around the messiness of this topic and how your experience with it. Because on the one hand, there's the clean aspect of, okay, learn a tool, get educated on AI, on some of these products, even though there seems to be 1,000 new ones every day.
Yeah.
There's a few buckets.
Mhm.
At least become familiar with the buckets and how they work.
Yeah.
Then we all know that we're a huge portion of students, especially today, most of us are digital workers, and so there's going to be some aspect. But then there's that human relationship piece that creates this incredibly messy. And they sort of have competing goals, right? We want incredible efficiencies from the AI, and yet we want to work through complexity through human conversations.
Yeah.
Have you had that? Is that a part of the conversation you're having in your university?
Well, it should be. basically we're just starting our AI steering program, right? Our steering group right now.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that work groups are going to be working on, and that's going to be one of them too, is addressing how do we balance this.
Right.
One of the things that you said was interesting, though, and that is, we're training people to work with buckets.
Mm-hmm.
The AI literacy program shouldn't be bucket centric.
Okay.
So what we want to do is we want to teach people how to learn. We want people how to choose the right programs to be able to evaluate and assess AI generative programs
Right.
themselves,
Okay. Mm-hmm.
so that this is going to evolve. Right, we're in demo mode. This was we have
MVP mode.
Yeah, it's been only 11 months since ChatGPT came out and just started this tsunami.
Mm-hmm.
And now we have conferences on it 11 months later. There's never been a technology that has been adopted this quickly. And there's a lot of reasons for that. And the capabilities of it are one thing, but also it's available for free,
Mm-hmm.
and it's available on the internet, which
Mm-hmm.
pretty much almost everybody has.
Mm-hmm.
So there's never been this kind of adoption in technology. Not Instagram, not not TikTok, nothing like that. Like nothing. You look at the charts, and nothing comes close to it. So it's crazy that we're even having this conversation 11 months later, and it's all the buzz. There are whole conferences on it. So yeah, if we can, again, one of the main cornerstones of higher ed is to teach people how to learn themselves, like learn how to learn, rather than learning just what to learn, what we want you to learn, but to be lifelong learners.
Right.
So the ability to be able to not just use ChatGPT or Claude or Bard or whatever, but to be able to go, this is how I use this type of technology. These are the criteria that I want to use to evaluate it, and for myself, for what my needs are. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. You're hitting on another part of that human aspect of it, which is I think is deeply important. And sometimes we think about it, it's the critical thinking skill of the individual, right? At the end of the day, you can look at it from, again, it's a glass half full or a half empty conversation. You can either look at the deep fakes, is this news I'm really getting? Is it actual news? Is this original work? Or you can look at it from the positive aspects of, how can I refine that? Are those statistics real? How am I maximizing this opportunity?
Yeah, you brought up a really good point, and this is something I cover in my departmental meetings and whatnot with people. Is basically the deepfakes and disinformation, on the negative side, and it kind of begs the question: do we need like a new skill or a better skill set for responsible citizenry? Do we need to be able to critically think even more than we have in the past? Do we need to really focus on that? Do we need to be able to find primary sources for things, so we don't just believe the first thing that pops up? And with deepfakes, they're becoming crazy. I mean, their ability.
What's your favorite one? What's your favorite one that you've seen?
The Donald Trump ones I thought were pretty good, where he's being dragged out in chains.
Yeah.
It looked pretty good. I mean, there were parts where you go, I don't know, man. But for the most part, it looked pretty good. And that was a while ago.
Yeah.
And it's evolving exponentially. So I can't even imagine, like with the election cycle coming up next year. Oh my God, there's going to be some crazy stuff, I think.
100%. I mean, I'll give you mine. There's an internet personality, and it's I want to say it's Monique. It's a one-word personality, but this particular personality, it's supposed to be a sort of like a late teen young woman.
Okay.
But she's been this
person.
person.
It's an AI personality.
Yeah, and it's been around for 6 years.
Yeah.
That's the thing, and so they've been doing videos, they do music, they do all the, and like she's got like 10 million followers, and it's unbelievable. And I'm just like, wow, like she has sponsorships, she has like brands are paying her lots of money. Right?
The thing is though, with the I'm guessing that I don't know about that particular AI personality or whatever. Up until generative AI got really good, they would probably have to pre-program all this stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of work. Yeah, I'm
but
sure.
Now Monique or whoever it is can sit there and have a human conversation with you.
Yes.
A realistic one.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, the voice stuff could be a little better. It's getting better. Like I said, I think next year you're going to see it really mature, and you're going to see some
Well, and I'm going to do one more example as well. So my colleague Christian, who's on the back end of this podcast right here, he puts up the banners and all that stuff. You know,
Okay.
he sent us out something. I think it was yesterday, the day before, about Spotify just announced that podcasts like this, we you know our podcast goes on Spotify. They're offering the opportunity to have it instantly translated into a number of languages. We'll still use our voices, but it will be translated into that other video.
Yeah,
You know,
voice cloning. Yeah.
isn't that crazy? I mean,
Yeah.
that is just again, glass half full. Wow, accessibility, right? Suddenly we are opened up to a whole new, a giant sets of audiences that we didn't have before. But
For
at the other side, it's like, did they get the translation right? Are the words correct? Who's meant? You know, it's
Or
my
is it-
voice.
or is
Who
it-
owns my voice now? You
Or
know?
is it being used maliciously?
Exactly.
Like for
Yeah.
instance, there's a case with someone who her daughter was on TikTok all the time,
Mhm.
and she went to college, and these criminals
Took her voice. Yeah.
cloned her voice and did a ransom
Yeah.
request to her mother.
Right.
Who
Yeah.
gets a call from her daughter who's crying. Her own mother can't tell the difference.
Of course. Yeah.
That's
There's a
like
great.
any other technology we've ever made.
Yeah.
It will be used for good and bad.
100%. There's a great Deutsche Telekom advertisement. If you haven't seen it yet, I'd recommend that you look at them, bring it to some of your meetings where they go through all of that. They kind of start on the positive, and then they like the whole thing turns dark over like a
Yeah.
2 minute, you know,
Dystopia.
yeah, where it's like
Yeah.
it's wow, you know, like, and it's just really a public announcement piece. But
Right.
so with with the 5 minutes that we have left here, take me 12 months in advance, as your work continues to progress. What are the biggest challenges that you want to see your university overcome? How is this literacy conversation being advanced in a way that you think is going to be effective? What are the next moves?
I think our university, as well as probably every university on earth, is going to have to become more nimble.
Mm.
They're going to have to be able to, they call it agile. They're going to have to be able to adapt more quickly than universities. Universities are kind of, they've always been kind of monolithic,
Yeah,
kind of resilient to, that's great
sure.
in certain respects. It's not great when you have this type of rapidly evolving, super powerful technology that people have to deal with. Students have to deal with it, faculty have to deal with it, administration has to craft policies around it, and it's changing as you're writing the policy. You know what I mean? It's just so unique in
Right.
that respect.
Uh-huh.
And the fact that it's evolving so rapidly and it's so powerful makes it
Sure.
super hard to deal with.
Mhm.
So I would say, all universities have to somehow, some way. I don't have the answer. If I did, I'd be a billionaire. To basically become nimble, yet find that happy medium between adaptive and resilient. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? And it's gonna be an interesting year coming up ahead, I think.
Wow. Anything else that you want to put out there? A piece of advice or something that you've seen in some of your conversations that you thought was extraordinary?
Just you try to adapt. You're probably going to get aspects of it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
There's an old saying, you want to make God laugh, tell him your plans. In this respect, it's want to make AI laugh,
Yeah.
tell it your plans.
Okay.
So, but you have to try to keep ahead of it. You try to be prescient. You try to intuit where it's going. You try to brainstorm potential remedies and mitigation efforts for that, or take hold of opportunities that might present itself. Don't be shocked if it doesn't happen or it happens in a way that you hadn't thought of, because it probably will. But always keep that process going. Don't get disillusioned. Don't buy the hype, that some people are trying to sell you constantly about it either. Just have a group that this is what they do, that researches this stuff, that knows what they're talking about, that can give good advice and try to steer the university in a positive direction while still mitigating the challenges as they pop up. And they will.
Fantastic. Scott, thanks so much for taking time out of your busy schedule here at the Educause conference.
No problem. It's been great.
Loved it. Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We are back. I am with Renee Robinson here. You're going to see her in just a second, but we are still at Educause. We're still in Chicago. I am looking at the sweater that you're wearing. I'm thinking it's still cold outside. So that's a really interesting thing. It's October 2023, and we look like this. Shazam! There we are.
Hi, everybody. Great to see you. Great to be at Educause. I'm
Yeah.
so glad to have a chance to talk with you.
Well, thank you very much. Why don't you? We start with. Why don't you introduce yourself? Tell us where you come from, your institution or company, kind of your background. Why and why are you here?
Why am I here? Let's see. I am with Seton Hall University. We have been in the midst of a lot of change over the course since the pandemic and moving forward. I work in the field of communication. My area is primarily organizational communication, but as it goes into thinking about Generation Z and what that resembles. At the same time, my research was sort of taking off. Seton Hall decided that we would embrace a lot of things, from strategic plans to creating a new college, which I'm going to talk a little bit about in a moment because it's all about Gen Z with that. And then my institution is about 13 miles outside of Manhattan. So the energy is really rich. Our students are into internships and trying to figure out life, much like we're trying to figure out higher ed today. And so that kind of experience and opportunity created a great chance to come to Educause to have conversations with other people about technology and what are we noticing about young people learning and what do we see about leadership and what do we think our needs are. And what I'm here doing is trying to figure some of that out so I can be a part of the conversation, learn from peers, and figure out how I can work with young people to meet their needs, their desires, and what their goals are.
Super cool.
Yeah.
So start me off with this. Let's when you say Gen Z, who is that? Like, what is that? What is that age group? Because there's bleed over, there's messiness there.
Sure, there is a lot of messiness there, as with most generations. In my experience, all generations are a little messy. But with Gen Z, we normally think typically born somewhere around mid 90s. They're roughly around 26 years old right now. But
Already? That's how old they are?
Yes, and believe it or not, I have Gen Zers that are in first year classes, all the way up to some of my students that are thesis students and some moving towards their dissertation. So we have this wide swath of students that are very different than the other kinds of students we've seen.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know, a few other characteristics about them. They tend to be they're inquisitive. They've spent most of their life online. There's nothing surprising to them about technology, other than something might be a little more cool because it had an update or whatever glitch fix, right? So it's not new, you know, it's not new. Where those of us in faculty land are looking and going, this is new. Oh my God, can you believe my phone does this? And they're like, our phone has always done this.
Yeah,
you know?
sure.
So it's an interesting thing. It's an interesting time to think about the way they interact with technology. At the same time, though, they also have some serious challenges with communication. They struggle with interacting with each other in face-to-face environments. If you were interviewing me and I was a Gen Z, I would probably be texting you right now my responses because I'm more comfortable sitting in a room with you texting than I am sitting in a room with you face-to-face having a conversation. I work with first-year students a lot, but I also work with students that are studying these kinds of phenomenon and what are we doing with education. And so it's very exciting. A few other observations I've seen with Gen Z, stereotypically, they're very stressed, more than other kinds of generations or other generations of students I've worked with. I'm a Gen Xer, so that's right.
That's right. High five for Gen X. Yeah.
That's right. Rock on. But yes, we are very much used to hierarchy and thinking about hierarchy differently and structure and protocol and at the same time you're not the boss of me, I'm Gen X, I'm an independent.
That's right.
Right? And I think in some ways more confident than our younger generations are. While they are confident in some ways, they struggle a great deal with how to connect to other people. They're anxious, they stress a lot. And interestingly enough, a good number of them actually are diagnosed or have been identified as having some type of accommodation need. These present interesting challenges for us, I think, in the classroom and for how we're going to work with young people that are exceptionally stressed and are anxious. How can we take and find ways to connect our curriculum, regardless of your subject? How do we connect the curriculum to them in a meaningful way that helps them develop the skills they need to develop, whether that is communication, whether that is connection, whether that is the ability to advocate for themselves. So it's a very challenging time, I think. I've been teaching for 20 years, and I've had, I'm like the farmer's commercial. I know a thing or two because I've seen a thing or two. And I research a lot in this area, but it's something that I've noticed over the last few years. I would say if I had to, the biggest challenge is going to be communication. And while we're talking here about preparing Gen Z for the work world, I actually believe the workplace better get ready to prepare differently for Gen Z.
Let's start there. Let's go backward, forwards. And so where does Gen Z stop? Because now I'm trying to think, if they're 26 now already, and the next generation after them is Alpha? Is that
Alpha.
correct?
And we didn't even, when we started thinking about Gen Z, we didn't even, if you look at Pew Research, they've done some amazing stuff on generations in terms of how various generations use technology, what devices, what apps, frequency. They're kind of the hallmark. But according to Pew, we didn't even identify Gen Z until 2018. So they were already over halfway grown.
Yeah, I was just going to say that they were already like at least 18 years old at that stage. Wow.
Correct. And we were sitting trying to figure out, well, what are we going to call this? Because for a while, everything was a millennial. Yeah. Every person was a millennial that was after X, which I think also created some challenges because from perhaps a research perspective or the way in which we were studying our students and the pedagogical and andragogical techniques we may use, we weren't thinking about the nuances that were showing up between students, every 4 years as we would get a new group of students coming in. I don't think that was unique to Seton Hall. We've had a lot of conversations about that. But in all my conferences and things I go to, working with other colleagues at various institutions across the country, they're having the same exact conversations. So the nuances, I think, were missed. And we kept putting, all students as millennials until really 2018, and then we started diving deeper into, well, what does it mean?
Yeah, what were the hallmarkers that ultimately started popping up that said, wait, this is something different?
I think somebody must have been sitting around going, can everybody be a millennial?
Yeah, sure.
And then it was like, wait a minute, there are some unique characteristics to these individuals. Like we're starting to see more and more anxiety. We're starting to see more stress. We're starting to see different levels of preparedness. And then when the pandemic hit, we started really having questions. And we tried to blame a lot of things, I think, on the pandemic. Not that that did not present its own set of challenges, obviously. But I think we started recognizing that there were bigger changes happening before the pandemic. The pandemic, I think, heightened and really brought some attention to them. So somewhere around, and this changes pretty regularly in terms of generational research, which is what makes it challenging, I think. We start looking at each decade, and about every 15 years is how we've demarcated generations, right? But really, generations are about shared events. They're about activities, right, that groups have experienced. And so for Gen X, those characteristics or those events that people clustered around that became Gen X were very different than what we saw happening with millennials. They were through 9/11. You saw that sort of reaction and how they were going to navigate. We were moving more into digital platforms with Zers. What we started to see was, look, these kids have never known analog. All they know is digital. They've had gaming their entire life. You could stream forever. Like that's a world without those things. One of my favorite things about Gen Z that they often talk about is they believe that a fundamental human right is internet.
Interesting.
So, and where a boomer would have a completely different philosophy, right? Or a different idea about, well, no, what matters is a democracy and a voice, and that we have structure, and that you have an understanding of, these particular things make a nation or this. You come to Xers, and we're more like, well, yeah, we need the structure, but you're not the boss of me.
Right, yeah, independence, yeah, right. and self-actualization and those kinds of
things. And then
right.
you come to the millennials, which have been often called the Me Too generation because they tend to be very focused. They've been called narcissists and a lot of things. But then you get to Gen Z, which seems to be more practical and seems to be more concerned about the world and the way we're using resources. But their beliefs are different. They're also more culturally diverse. Their parents are from more educated backgrounds. So we're seeing changes. Do we still have first generation students? Sure we do. But what we're really seeing is that most of the parents of our Gen Z students have not only a bachelor's degree, in some instances, parents have master's degrees.
Right.
So you're seeing that shift. Well, all of that education, all of that information, all of those experiences come together, and it starts to change the way in which I think young people see the world and what they've been afforded or have opportunity to, right? When you think about culture, when I was going to school, there wasn't an opportunity really to, we had social studies, but what did social studies look like? You might have a little bit of Europe and you might have a lot of the United States, right?
Right. Sure.
You look at young people now, Gen Z, they've been interacting with international groups and pockets and friends. They know what K-pop is. They've
Yeah.
had opportunities to study J-rock. They know things because of access to information, but they don't necessarily know how to use the information, and they don't know how to cite the information. They struggle with organizing the information. That's going to have implications for work worlds. It's going to have implications for how we work with them as students in a class.
I could just sit here and listen to you go on and on. You can,
My apologies.
No. But what I think is wonderful is it's you're structuring this conversation around this so well. I want to dive into what is potentially the messiest issue to talk about it as much as we can and where is the anxiety coming from? Where is the stress coming from? Because one might think millennials, from a Gen X perspective, especially a boomer perspective, these are generations that have never had it easier, right? These are generations that have never had more handed to them. Access to information, technology, access to opportunity, those kinds of things. And yet what we find is both millennials and Gen Z are, as you said, they have more stress, they're more anxious. Is that because an expectations thing? Is that I'm not sure what's going to happen thing? Or is that, you tell me, you're the researcher.
I have a few thoughts on this. I think a couple of things have added to anxiety and stress for young people. And I think a lot of this does go to technology. And I should say, full disclosure, I'm an early adopter on most things. I will try it, I will pilot it, I will experiment with it. I will probably do something with it the next week, break it, figure it out, and come back and get something else. It's just part of my nature. But when I look at young people, I try to draw similarities. I always start from a point of similarity. What do I know here about the human condition? What is it we have in common? And I try to then move from that to say, okay, let me figure out what it was that you have experienced or what you have seen. So my best example of this deals with the little phenomenon we sometimes hear called extended adolescence.
Interesting. That's the first time I've ever heard that one. Okay.
It's an interesting phenomenon. So, and I'm going to draw on my Gen Xer route and just say, when I was growing up, I was born in a small southern state. I grew up where I knew all of my neighbors. My neighborhood was a few blocks where I was able to go ride my bike. I was able to go be with friends. I was shaped by my school. I was shaped by my church. I was shaped by my family. I was shaped by my city block, right?
Right. Sure.
I think I was 12 years old when cable came out. And had my world rocked. Holy, oh my God, look at this.
MTV.
Shocker, it was phenomenal. And so I had cable introduced, but still it wasn't a huge selection, right? And I had a few magazines, right? I had 17, I think Mademoiselle, and there might have been something else. Okay, that was my identity formation. It's pretty small.
Yeah, sure.
You look at young people today coming up, they are exposed to media 24/7, which means while Renee at 18, I was a very mature 18 because I'd already had 2 jobs. I had already had a sense of who I was as a person. My values had been formed about things that I had experienced. I had had limited interaction. There were all fundamental hallmarks of my being and that educated me and shaped me. But at the same time, it was still a small end, right? You look at young people today, if we want to know why it's taking them longer to grow up, how many news sources do they have?
Sure, yeah.
How many social media platforms? How many times do you get to have someone tell you that you are stupid or you're ill-equipped or you're not this? How many times do you get attacked online? And you have to have no accountability for it, right? So if we want to understand some of that stress and some of that anxiety, it's taking them longer to mature. because it's a whole lot more information that they're trying to sift through to determine who they are as people. That's a tough one. Growing up wasn't easy. It wasn't easy for boomers. It wasn't easy for Xers.
Yeah, it's never easy.
Never.
Yeah.
But now, and I think part of it has to do with technology use and accessibility, strength, but also limitation.
Mm-hmm.
I think another part has to do with they've grown up in a lot of ambiguity in the world.
Mm.
You know, they've seen school shootings in ways that other generations have not. So the safest places that you could be or go aren't their safest places. That creates problems, I think, with ambiguity. It creates problems with just, do I feel safe? They're also born at a time, existing in a time, whenever we're much more comfortable talking about things that might have been considered stigma elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So when you start thinking about different kinds of communities and inclusivity, this is part of the vocabulary that they have been accustomed to. Whenever I was coming up as a younger person, there were some things you didn't talk about,
Sure.
right?
Mhm.
We didn't have words for it. And if we did have words for it, it would not have been talked about publicly. Our values are shifting and the dialogue is shaping up differently, which I think has implications for young people.
Mm.
They're also super comfortable being different, which I think is phenomenal on one hand, but then they're slightly insecure when it comes to owning the differences.
That's a really interesting that they're very comfortable in being different, and yet I know it's just me being very honest as a Gen Xer like yourself. When sometimes I see that difference come at me, especially as I look like somebody who is in a lot of the positions of hiring for jobs.
Oh yes.
I know what my initial reactions are to certain differences that are especially physical that are physically manifested in like an
Mhm.
interview situation or like that. I think it's really interesting how that plays out and so those expectations must be absolutely ridiculous on that generation.
I enjoy watching them talk about these issues and think about how will we navigate. So things like I have more students that are of mixed ethnicity and races than I have ever had, which is phenomenal
Mhm.
because you now have all of these wonderful groups of people in class that can talk about lived experience. Oh, well, this is what it was like for this. I have all of these different religions and spiritual experiences that these young people bring to the classroom. You start factoring other kinds of difference, whether that's sexual orientation or the way in which you identify any of the other intersections. It's fascinating, and they are comfortable talking about it,
Mhm.
and that's a good thing. But I think it's also places we have to help them figure out how to have conversations that are more connected to people and in personal spaces. They will write about it. They will social media it all day long. But they struggle with the face-to-face. They struggle. I think that's going to have problems for the workplace.
I want to dive deeper there, but before we go right there, you tell me in your research because I'm going to horrifically simplify what you just said
Mhm.
because I just went to a restaurant last night.
Mhm.
Yeah, as a part of the conference here, and the menu was extraordinary. It was huge, and I experienced what many people do. I had that paralysis because I was like, "There's too many choices." Is that a horrific simplification for what you're talking about here, where it's just like there are so many news outlets, there's so many opinions, there's so many just different ways to get what you want, get the information you want. There's so many different opinions. There's no, whereas even for our generation, what you just described, there were voices of authority. There were places where you got information that was you considered correct,
Mhm.
and those were in the handful rather than the
All over.
multiplicity, right?
Yes.
I'm trying to find my way to package this into something that looks like a question, but have we lost our way because we have too much, or is this generation now not like, have we jumped the shark in terms of it's just too darn much?
I don't know if it's just this generation. I worry about this a little bit with every generation. I mean, what are we doing to help each generation think about technology different, the way we access information? What are we doing? I think about, we used to talk about the digital divide in terms of money and who was going to have access to technology. That's still a bit of a conversation, but I think the bigger conversation we're having now is what are we doing to close the gap on how to use it, how to use it ethically, how to use it in a meaningful way, what to bring into a classroom, when to bring it in. And for young people, it's how do they know what to listen to, what to sift through, what to purchase, what to think about. And to me, a lot of the dialogue now we've talked about AI, and I mean, we're being AI'd and AI'd and AI, right? Like literally a noun, a verb, it's all of the things now. But I think about that, and AI is not going away. Don't be afraid of that. Well, it's the same mission that we have always had when working with younger generations has been to help you learn how to think. The answers are always going to change because the questions are different. Our job should be to teach you how to ask questions and how to think, right? Like, how do you think? Not what I think. How do you do the thinking process? And what questions should you be asking? If you know the question to ask, that shapes a lot of the answer you get. So that's where I think struggles come in for younger generations. I think that's going to be a problem for workplace. That's going to be a challenge that I think future workplaces have to, consider. We look at this youngest generation that is probably the largest, I believe, it even trumps millennials in size, I believe. And when I think about that, I come back to the idea that, okay, we are expecting a lot from these young people, right? We're expecting them to save the world, be the creatives. You've got all the technology. You've had it better than any other generation. You're the most educated. You're the most. But their challenges they're unique, but they're still a part of the human experience. So the things that we wrestle with every day, right, regardless of your generation. But where there is a difference, in my opinion, is that we are creating a group of individuals that we need to have prepared for the real world. You're not going to get passes on deadlines. You're not. Well, you can, and they'll call that fired. You just got promoted to customer, right? That's what it is. This idea of setting up insulation that rules don't apply, or that you can have, things your way, or that your parents will always be able to bail you out or save you in whatever capacity or run interference. That's not the case. It's currently the case. I think a lot of individuals, a lot of colleges and universities are struggling. We want parents involved and included, but where do students really have the opportunity to learn how to be individuals, to learn how to be responsible and accountable? Where does that happen?
So there's a lot of great meat here. There's a lot of great stuff here.
I have a lot of thoughts about this.
No, I do. So I want to get to the human conversation because it's completely selfish because it's my passion, right? About how do we, before we get there though, has your research looked at how does any of this change across, for lack of a better term, demographic or access? In terms of many of the people that we've actually been talking with over the last 2 days, a lot of the work is focused on how do we bring up either the new first gen people that are going to university, or maybe they're not quite as resource rich as some demographics, or those kind of. Does the Gen Z profile or the things that we're describing here change according to resource availability? I guess is what I'm asking.
I think it's a great question. It's a complicated one because the first place my brain goes is, oh my gosh, there's like literature in higher education that we look at in terms of what's best practice for higher ed and how we position ourselves, right, to be able to best serve students. And then you think about the broader conversation that's happening nationally out in newspapers and a variety of other online sites that talk about the value of a degree and if higher ed is even worth it anymore. Right? Then you start looking at the demographic of students and you start recognizing there are affordability issues because higher education is expensive.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And then I'm going to say the thing that's not popular. My viewpoint on higher education has always been, whether you are a public school, a private school, or whatever university or college you are, you need to be able to justify your tuition and fees. I'm not speaking from an administrator perspective, although I have been in my fair share of administrative appointments. I'm speaking as a faculty perspective, and this will likely be unpopular. As a faculty member, it's my responsibility to create a classroom that is worth the money and to set aside and to show you the value of it and to show you the relatability of it and to show you how it will improve your human condition. That's my job. And if I am not cutting edge, if I am not on top of my game, if I do not know my field, if I am not a part of the conversations that need to be had among my discipline peers, it's part of why I'm here now. How can I possibly educate young people about the work world they're going into tomorrow if I'm not having conversations with what is the tomorrow's work world? So those conversations that young people are struggling with, the first gen issues that we see, the accessibility, we're fortunate at Seton Hall. We have an amazing group of people. We have a technology teaching learning center. They are phenomenal. They have made arrangements so that our students have access to technology. We have a laptop program. We've got access to software. We are the first Adobe campus in New Jersey. We have moved into the creative spaces. Coming across all of my courses is Adobe Express. I want students getting the visual communication skills. I want them getting the digital literacy skills. And I want them to be able to put down this device and look at their colleague and have a serious conversation and say, I disagree with your viewpoint at work. We need to figure out how we're going to resolve a problem. I want you to be successful and I want to be successful. How are we going to do this together? That's a skill set our students are going to need. I've got resources on our campus, and I'm going to say one more thing to plug, and it's a shameless plug. We did something pretty gutsy during the pandemic, and this is thanks to our president, our current interim president, Katia Passerini. We decided that we would do a strategic plan, not a 5-year, but a 3-year in the pandemic. Wrap your brain around that one for a minute. So it's not enough to build an entire digital infrastructure. Let's do a strategic plan. So we did the strategic plan. Part of the strategic plan was for us to take the former College of Communication and the Arts and the former College of Education and Human Services
And smash them together.
And we became the College of Human Development, Culture, and Media because we recognized there were problems with how we were delivering educational experiences. We recognized there were problems with curriculum, and we saw our students struggling and needing access and help. And we formed this new unit. We just brought on our new dean, Dr. Brian Crable. Amazing. I think he's going to be phenomenal. This is our inaugural year. But we had to make a move like that, and we're still learning what it means. We're still coming together as two previous colleges in one area. I happen to be in the Department of Communication, what is our new name? The Department of Communication, Media, and the Arts. And we have a variety of courses from art, design, interactive multimedia, all the way over to comm. But what we're having to do is think about what does it mean to reach these students, and how will we give a student that doesn't have money to learn visual comm skills, to have the additional software, how can we change that? And we sought partnerships like with some of our folks here at Adobe, because we need, that's what our students need. And that's what the work world's going to need from them, right? They need tech skills, but they need soft skills too. And they need experiences. Oh my gosh, I could think about a 1,000 ways that we're trying to do this now, through internships, through case studies, through immersive learning, through putting our students in environments that they have to be uncomfortable, because part of learning and growing and figuring out what to do, right, problem solving, is being in environments that you're not used to being in. And this is a great opportunity for us and for them. But what does it mean to the faculty? It means you're going to have to, we're back now to that digital divide I was talking about earlier. The money is one part, in terms of do you have access to the device, but the other is, at what point can you at what point can we not move colleagues to the next level because they've missed too much?
Sure. Yeah, that's 100%.
That's a huge divide. And we've luckily got some colleagues that come to the table and sit down and we go, okay, we're going to help each other. Let's partner, let's mentor, let's pair up. We've got grants on campus that support faculty for developing new curriculum, learning new technology. I'm here actually with my instructional designer. That's one of our team that is phenomenal, right? But we're a partnership.
Right.
I can't do my job effectively without turning to her, which is going to be something else the work world needs. How are you going to create effective partners? And we would be remiss if we didn't say probably one of the biggest things we're going to need from corporate or any workplace: leaders, not managers. Managers we can have and we can work through, but we need leaders. We need people that have voice and vision, unifiers, influencers, people that bring people together, that motivate you to want to do something special, that make you feel like you matter, or that this particular part of your job is something you buy into, and you're there because it's a higher reason. It's a calling, if you will. And I don't know where we're going to train those leaders. We have a leadership institute on campus. We try to run a number of our students through so that they can develop leadership skills, because some of the biggest problems we're seeing in the universe right now, and I was at a presentation thinking about the metaverse yesterday, and I can tell you that metaverse, I see some of the similar problems, right? We have Metaverses mirror systems.
Right, of course.
Our current systems, right, ecosystems, form something else. If we don't get a handle on how our systems are functioning, we're going to make the same mistakes over and over in whatever universe, metaverse, or whatever verse you put them in. So how do we help young people and older generations think about how to come together and play to their strengths? You know, boomers had some amazing characteristics: hardworking, focused, grit, a word you don't hear often, right? Xers had that independence and that fearlessness of trying something new and being in the deep end of the pool and, you know, I'll figure it out. Gen Z, millennials, I think, bring to the table an interesting community aspect and questions they're asking about, you know, families or about ecosystems. I mean, it's interesting. And then Gen Z comes along and it's asking other kinds of questions about fitting in and what does it mean? And I think if you play to those strengths across, you know, we worry a lot about Gen Z in the work world, but we're going to have 4 generations in the work world at any given time because it'll be you and I there for what, another 20 years, give or take?
Not me.
Maybe.
No, just like,
I may be out of here on Tuesday. I could be out of here on Tuesday. Yeah, I think there's that. And then you're going to have millennials in, then Gen Z, and then here comes Alpha.
on that note, unfortunately, I have to welcome our next guest onto the show, but this has been a fascinating conversation. I really, really appreciate you sharing with us, and I can't wait to learn about what is coming next out of your department and out of your work.
Yeah,
So,
thank you
so
very much. Thank you.
All right, we're back here, folks. We're live at Educause. There's okay. Well, I think my colleague in the background here is still working, which I think is fantastic. I am here with Adam Finkelstein. And I'm going to take down this so you can see us. Mute is off, and we're ready to go. We're going to talk about AI and assessments, but before we do that,
Yes.
please introduce yourself. Tell us where do you come from?
Where do I come from? All right.
What
sounds good.
institution are you at? Those kinds of things.
Yeah, so I'm associate director of learning environments at McGill University. So we're up in Montreal, Quebec, in Canada. It hasn't snowed yet, but it will come.
Really? Because
Yeah,
ski resorts are
I
open
know,
in Colorado
yeah,
already, man.
It's we don't have snow yet. I mean, the joke in Montreal is, we have 2 seasons. We have ice and fire. There's no fall. It's like 3 days for fall, 3 days for spring. Everything else is either freezing or ridiculously hot. So that's where it is. And yeah, we're a all institutions in Canada are public. So we're a big research institution. I guess you'd call it similar to like an R1 that we hear in the US. And yeah, so I get to do some interesting things when it comes to learning environments, being both the physical and the digital. So I spend sort of half my time working on learning spaces and all sorts of interesting things about our developments of classrooms and teaching labs. And then The other part is all of our digital platforms, our LMS and all the extensions. And sort of by default, sort of AI kind of falls under a lot of those things, or generative AI in that way.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
And so we've talked on the podcast over the last, let's say 36 hours. We've some of the Gen Z products, some of the consternations, some forward thinking stuff around data analytics and whatnot. I'm interested in this about talking about how we can evolve assessment.
Yeah.
So paint the picture for me first about where does assessment stand today, and what, then we'll go from there.
So, I mean, when you start looking at the research on assessment, the one thing we really know is that assessment is really the most powerful part of the process. The types of assessment that are chosen give students an indication of what's important. They help focus on what sort of really how you would be able to know that the goals or objectives of any kind of session are achieved. And that kind of power is, it's one of those, like, great power comes great responsibility. It's unfortunately, assessment is often thought of as an afterthought. But, when you start looking at the research on assessment from years back, you start with sort of the formative and summative kind of assessment, which is what a lot of people talk about, which is, well, formative, the best analogy, is that the cook tastes the soup. Right. So you can kind of fix the soup before it goes out. And summative is really the judgment of whether the soup was good at the end. But when you start shifting and looking at the research on assessment and move away from kind of just formative and summative and think of assessment for learning. So, like, using assessment as a way, or thinking about assessment as a way to how you gather data to provide information to students about how their learning is going, what their learning is all about, like what they need to work on, and provide instructors like feedback on how things are happening through the process. So assessment moves away from this idea of just being sort of like practice and then a grade into something that's really much more like an ongoing, consistent feedback. And it's really important to divorce like assessment and grading. Like, we're not talking about grading, and grading is really like a strange aberrant in education that's happened like, only maybe about the last 60 or 70 years. That's really focused on ranking students and creating a bell curve rather than really focusing on like, well, do you know what you're doing? Okay. Right. And so like assessment has been around for a long time. I mean, you cognitive apprenticeships in the years past, like there was always that feedback of no, this is a better way, or you might want to adjust this or do that. But the idea of giving a grade for that is kind of weird and modern and foreign. So if we just focus on like assessment and that idea of like a continuous sort of loop of doing things, getting feedback, improving, then, we really have to think about like, are we doing a good job of that at universities in the first place? And then start thinking about what the impact of other technologies, including things like generative AI, and what kind of impact that'll have on assessment. Because when we think about assessment, is there's multiple ways that you can look at artifacts. So as a student, you don't just have to write a paper. It could be you create a podcast. It could be you design a mural. It could be you draw something. You do a presentation. And then there's multiple actors in that as well. So you could actually be doing it alone. You could be doing it with another student or with groups. And then there's multiple opportunities for feedback where you can not just have feedback from an instructor, but it could be from a peer, or it could also just be self-reflective. So like all of these different stages when you think of designing assessment is really important. And ultimately, what we want to think about assessment is looking at the sweet spot. And the sweet spot for assessment is really a balance between sort of two like orthogonal things. On one hand, you've got sound pedagogy and wellness. And so sound pedagogy are good things like, well, did you, is it measuring the objectives, like what you're trying to do? And wellness is sort of like, is everybody, going to be okay at the end of this too? So it's really, and it's an important balance, and it's funny because like, it is an important balance because some things are really sound pedagogically, but are absolutely impossible to implement. Like if you implemented this, your own mental health would collapse as an instructor. Like, with 500 students, I really want to do an essay, like a 30-page essay. It's like, that'll never happen.
Sure,
like,
yeah, you can't.
You can't do that. So it's really this balance and how this sort of tenuous balance. And then on the other side, you've really got, academic integrity and assessment security. So security, integrity are really a balance as well. Is that, well, you want things secure and you want things to make sure that there's policy enforcement, but at the same time, you want to make sure that you're following principles and you're doing things ethically. And, one of the dangers there is a great example is looking at things like remote proctoring. Like, remote proctoring, okay, there's a lot of security, but in terms of integrity, like what are we losing? And there's a whole, I mean, as we know, like tons of issues that came out after remote proctoring that, hey, you've got issues of like problems of all sorts of things that have to do with that as a method for making sure students are really doing their work. So things like that. And so then as you work towards, generative AI, it's starting to think of, well, how does generative AI impact our assessments? And, the joke is sort of like, the day ChatGPT opened, like assessment just like crumbled like a tower, and everybody sort of lost it. But one of the things that's really interesting is you think is like, is it really that ChatGPT crumbled assessment, or is that our assessments were so bad to begin with that it was like poking a house of cards and the whole thing just sort of collapsed? And I don't really mean the whole thing collapsed, but it really sort of put a lot of people in a scenario where it's like, oh my God, what I was planning to do, I just can't do. Like, and I think ultimately what the impact of this tools like generative AI is, as we sort of move forward with this, is that we really have to not avoid it. And I think that's one of the things. Is really there's three options. We can either avoid it, or we can design it in, or we can design it out.
Right.
And so the avoidance part, we all know, is a really bad idea, because like you can't avoid it, and we already know students are using it. And when you go down the avoiding track, then you start getting into the whole problem of the security thing. Like you start buying into the whole AI detectors, and then you have like AI detectors. They have AI detectors. Like you get in this horrible sort of like academic integrity loop where students are trying to one up the detectors and people are trying to make better detectors, and it's just a non-starter.
Right.
So I would suggest, and I think a lot of people are in that road as well, is that the whole detection route's a waste of time. It's really not going to provide anything, and even if it does provide something useful, when you start looking at those detection tools, is that their false positive rate is scary,
Extraordinary.
But what's interesting is, even if it wasn't extraordinary, even if it was just one false positive, ethically, that's a problem unto itself. It's like even the idea of going to a student and suggesting that their work isn't their own,
Right.
and then not being really be able to prove it or any like there's no discussion, and then suddenly it's on the student. Like now I have to prove that I did my own work. So just avoiding that whole debate is a really good idea. So just like chuck that out. But I mean, if we focus on like designing in and designing out, so any assessment or any assignment that we look at, we can think of, well, how can we use this or how can we not use this? So, for example, if you have like a, say you have a marketing course, and one of the things in this marketing course, you have to write like a memo, a corporate memo, let's say, and that's the assignment. So you want your students to write a corporate memo. It's a whole course in effective communication, and you want them to write that memo, and then you want them to reflect on it and sort of discuss it, etc. If you wanted to design AI out of the equation, well, you can sort of switch it to a more in-class activity, like write the first draft in class.
Yeah.
And then once you're in class, you could have maybe a discussion with a peer. Maybe then you could go away, refine it, and hand it in later or something like that. And then the other option would say, well, how can we design AI in? Well, we could do things like say, oh, all right, we start the first draft in the class. Then what you're going to do is with your team, let's say you're going to open up one or two different AI tools, like start with ChatGPT, maybe use Bard, maybe use Claude, something else, and say, have it give you it give you a memo. And in that discussion, the students are going to think about, well, how am I going to do that? Like, what prompt am I going to use? Oh, that's an interesting idea. Like, maybe you should discuss the types of prompts. Like, how are you going to get it to really, refine it to get to you, let's say, the assignment you want. And then you sort of have a scenario where now not only are they doing, the work itself, but then they're using tools effectively and clearly to support the type of assessment you're doing, and then say things like, well, now I'm actually working on prompts, and now I'm also working on output with different tools as opposed to just ChatGPT to rule them all, saying, well, what do I get? And then you could say, well, all right, pick 5 different tools, get a bunch of outputs, pick 3, and then let's compare and say, like, well, what's better, like when a human's written it versus these different tools, and what happens when you change your prompts? Could you level up your prompts? What could you do with that? So it goes from being just kind of a basic assessment, and I'd argue it's actually better in that way than it is without. But you could still design it in or design it out without having to worry that, oh my God, students are cheating. Well, they're not cheating. They're actually using the tools in the best way you possibly can.
Well, and so we just had a gentleman on, his name is Scott Smith. He's from Michigan, but I can't remember the university. I apologize. And he was here 3 guests ago or 2 guests ago. Gosh. But he was giving us some quotes from a recent research about 79% of employers said they want students to have this capability on day one.
Absolutely.
So designing in just seems like a no-brainer to me, because the idea of saying, this is me being an early adopter, is like, why would I ever go into an environment where it's like doesn't reflect what could possibly be my work environment?
Yeah. Because
there's not going to be any job you walk into and they're like, hey, we don't want you to use that efficiency tool.
Exactly.
We don't want you to do that, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think it's it is hard to discuss with faculty because a lot, you're talking with, like, to say, an English literature prof who's like, no, it must come from So I think you're absolutely right. I think that all of these tools everybody's going to be using, but we just don't really have a good handle on what to do with them yet. Like, nobody's really sure how we're going to end up using them. And I think that idea with the English prof is a really interesting one, because it's like, I was working with a faculty member looking at a particular syllabus, and one of the things they said is, well, it's really good if you have to brainstorm by yourself, and then you want to do this, and then when you're at the end, then you can work with an AI to sort of edit your work. And it's like, that's exactly the opposite of what you want to do.
I was just going to say,
Like,
like that, flip the script. You want to actually.
Yeah, it's like, it's completely the opposite. Wait a minute, you wanted to work with you creatively first, and then like you're relegating it to a Grammarly. Like, it's not that Grammarly's bad, but like it's not an editor.
Right.
And so, I mean, a lot of that has to do with, like, many instructors and faculty do not have any understanding of how the tools work or what they are. So like even most people using it, like generative AI or ChatGPT, like, it's not a search engine. Like, it's not an Oracle. And, it's at best, it's basically like sort of like a very intelligent but somewhat naive intern. Like, and I think that's one of the best descriptions I've heard. It's like, it does what you want it to do, and it's tireless, but you have to give it the right thing to, you have to give it the right prompt. You have to know what you're doing. And, a lot of the things on the recommendations, like, it's very clear, most of us don't know how to use the tool. And, people are making lots of decisions or ideas about what to do when we don't really know how to use the tool. So we've got to be able to take a tool like that, and then if we're going to design it into our assessments, we really need to think about, like, that whole sweet spot to look for, like, well, where does it make sense to do this pedagogically, and let's balance this with how much time I have that's reasonable, and then think about, what kind of security or academic integrity we want to do to be able to get to that sort of key moment.
So where's the next thing? Like, I guess it sounds like it's just sort of a rethinking intelligently of how I'm assessing my class.
Yep.
Are there things that, so I guess the first question I want to ask, I'm going to erase that. Sorry.
Yeah.
The first one I was asked is, you've said a phrase that I've heard a couple of different times. It's always, we still don't know what we're doing, right? These things are too new. We still don't know what we're doing with so many other things.
Very true.
And so is that an excuse that we keep giving professors or faculty or whatever, where it's just like, hey, it's still new, don't worry, because we're never going to find stability and we're never going to find true certainty because of the viral nature of this thing, right? It's going to continue to evolve and change so rapidly that it's never going to feel totally okay.
Absolutely.
Talk to me about that.
No, you're absolutely right. And I think what we have to do is we have to go and do this and explore with the students and see it as like, hey, we're going to try this out. We're going to use this and co-create it with them. And, and there's more to it as well with that is that there's a lot of ethical and a whole bunch of issues around these AI tools to begin with that we have to unearth and we have to bring it out. I mean, we have to talk to students about bias. We have to talk to say, hey, when you put in to one of the image generators, give me a picture of a firefighter, it's going to come back a male. Like, it's going to come back a guy. If you ask for, give me oil paintings of 4 presidents or what a president would look like. It's an old white guy.
Yeah.
Right.
Sure.
And we have to be able to unearth that. And so that students can look at it and go, wait a minute, I got to be critical about this. So, like, there's a lot of education around AI that has to happen in order for really, us to take advantage of it. And it absolutely doesn't mean we should sit in any way. We really got to sort of grab it by the horns and try and figure out, like, let's make sure people are educated on all of the issues around it. And, the fact that, like, OpenAI hoovered up the entire internet, it's like, well, wait a minute, there's copyrighted material there, and there's a whole lawsuit. Like, there's a lot of like stuff going on behind the scenes that, once you get past the hype, it's like, there are concerns. There are really ethical concerns, and we need to look at what are our ethical frameworks for using a tool like this. How are we going to approach that? How are we going to teach the students about that? And it's at that level of, like, sustainability, at the level of, how do we deal with sexual violence? Like, these are, like, huge societal things that we have to be able to educate and train students with. It may not be completely curricular. So there's got to be an initiative from the university to, like, let's level up the community. And then at the same time, we need to have that exploration. We need to have faculty that are willing to try it out. And one of the best examples was a faculty member I know who was teaching an English class and had it open the whole class, all of the classes. And so anytime anything came up, they go, well, let's throw a prompt in and see what happens. And so they throw a prompt in and then use that as this whole possible part of discussion, so that it's not like a verboten, scary tool, but that you actually can get a hold of and use it.
There's a gentleman whose name is Ryan something, and I cannot remember his name, but he's going to be on the podcast in 3 weeks or so. They built a TA.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And so
exactly.
the TA is literally there, and they're actually quite interestingly, my green room pre talk with him. He's like it's not as good as you think it is.
Yeah.
He's like there's a lot of work here that still needs to be done, which is really
Absolutely.
interesting. I just totally sidetracked myself because of that.
That's all right. That's good.
No,
with that, I was
sorry.
an interesting
Thank you.
transition on that is like, where is this all going? I would say one of the key things is an example like that is that the general AI concepts like that are working with ChatGPT and others, where the idea that bigger is better, bigger isn't really better. Like it's got to a point where they're so large, they use so many resources, it's so difficult that it's not as interesting as the narrow stuff.
Right.
And I think that's really where, especially in education, where the narrow AI applications, where you're going to take, like the open, like the large LLMs, and then you're going to apply it to your own data. That's really where the, course stuff is going to be really interesting, because I'll say, look, I'm going to feed it my entire course and then have it give me insights. Like, okay, what are some of the key questions? Like, wow, I actually I over-focused on that concept. I didn't even see that until something was mining the data. Or things like at an institutional level, let's feed everything in to our institution and kind of see what's going on. Like a great example for AI would be, let's look at course evaluation data.
Sure.
Like open feedback data. And it's really getting to the point where it's going to kind of target all the qualitative research. Like every qualitative research that you want to do, you're going to be able to do at scale that you weren't able to do before. And I think that narrow kind of focus, just like, the narrow focus in healthcare and other areas, like in education, it's really going to go away from the big general the using models, but the general data sets to a much smaller data set, maybe even an institutional one. That's like, if we could feed it every policy that we've ever written and then start asking an AI questions, that's utility. Like that's really interesting.
I think you've really hit the nail on the head there in terms of, I'll just use your word, utility as well. And it's actually been mentioned by a couple other people around here. It's like, you think of any salesperson in this conference hall with us right now, right? Like, what if you put every proposal that you've ever written into this thing? That you probably could have some great stuff that would be generated from there, and you'd never have to write those same questions again for an RFP. You know what I mean? Like,
absolutely.
So those narrow use cases are really, really exciting. Talk to me about bringing us back to assessment, going further and deeper, or just reigniting the human experience around this, the teacher to student interaction, the peer-to-peer interaction, and the opportunities. We just had another person on here. Her name is Renee Robinson, and she was talking about the millennials and Gen Zs that are coming up right now who just have trouble interacting like this. What's that moment mean for you in terms of reigniting that as the human experience, basically?
Yeah, it's a really interesting idea, and I think in some ways the pandemic did a lot of that, where you can do things like presentations from students' perspectives without necessarily having everybody in one room at one time.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I think it does bring up opportunities for new ways of doing assessment, and I think anytime you've got new opportunities where now you have new artifacts, now you have new interactions, and you have new feedback that you can draw on, you can really get at some new options for being able to do that. I think it's interesting to hear that that students can't do X, Y, and Z, but at the same time, you look at a lot of classes and they're still having discussions and they're still talking about literature and they're still doing that. And I think it's an interesting idea that this is maybe some of the differences between the workforce and what's actually in university before they get there. That in university they even 20 years ago or 20 years later, like students still are students. They look like students and act like students and talk like students. They have a lot of other issues, for sure. But I think that idea of the human contact isn't going anywhere. Our university is a great example. Like we're not turning into an online institution that we're never meeting face to face. Like everybody wants to be back in the classroom. Everybody wants to have those kind of face to face discussions. So I think assessment keys into that by trying to look at new ways and new opportunities for students to express their knowledge and their understanding. So instead of it just the multiple choice exam, like we can get at to the presentation or the student, doing a podcast. Like those are great examples of, students being able to do something new with the technology and express that they, how they're learning in different ways which is going to really be better for everyone. It's better for the instructors. They're going to get more feedback and more data that, oh, actually, they really did know what they were talking about. It's just that particular thing that they wrote down didn't really clue in. Like,
Right.
so I think that's really going to be the interesting option. That there's a lot of things that faculty can choose. It doesn't have to just be same old, same old.
So last question for you here.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, and this time these things go by so fast.
Yeah,
It's
I'm sure.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
What do you or could you envision, like, there's a word that I'm missing, or a phrase, but it's like the flag that it's going to go up for faculty writ large, at least in the Northern American place, maybe Europe as well, that it's okay to not do things. And here, I'm gonna let me paint the picture. Today, I know that my 15-year-old son took the PSATs. Okay. 2 days ago, my wife and I went to not 2 days, like last week, my wife and I went to a college fair at his school, where half the universities, big bold letters on their things says, we don't accept the SAT anymore. So we're, the signal to noise is off there, where the school is still saying, hey, you still got to do this. This is what we've always done. This is what but the universities are like, no. So what's the moment that you think might happen where it's like, hey, it's okay to embrace this and be okay? Do you see what I'm asking there?
Yeah, I think it already happened. I think actually last November was the moment. I think the moment that ChatGPT can outperform or perform on all of these tests better than humans really puts into question, well, what did it really assess in the first place? Like,
right, yeah.
If and it goes back to what I said at the very beginning. It's like, is it that ChatGPT is so good, or it's just our assessments are so bad that it's easy to topple them over? And
Right.
I mean, a great example of that is like, the tests that are used to test creativity. They've already got examples of ChatGPT that it's excelling better than many humans at a test for creativity. So either one of two things: either we don't know what creativity is, and second is we're clearly not testing for it properly,
Right.
or a combination. So I think this idea of giant organized exams to determine things is really problematic. I mean, like things like the bar exam or some of these medical exams, it's very clear that AIs can dominate on them. So if we know that, is that really what we want to base the decisions for ourselves on? Like we need to rethink those assessments and say, like, this kind of thing is really not going to work anymore. Like the SAT, it's like, is there really a place for that now? I mean, we could do things at scale, and this is maybe where AI can come in, where students all do a presentation and AI actually scans it and kind of is looking for some sort of rubric that you feed in that can give us sort of maybe a first layer cut of, well, these students didn't fit the rubric, but these ones did. Maybe that's something we could focus AI on instead of the, like, how can we build a better mousetrap? It's like how can we build a better standardized exam? It's like, this is not what we should be spending our time on. We need authentic assessment. We need real assessment. We need mastery learning. We need to get away from that grade idea. We need to really be getting at, can people achieve what we want them to achieve? And guess what? And if they all do, awesome.
Exactly.
Done our job.
Exactly. And all boats are lifted. Yeah. The world is a better place.
Yeah. Like, why do we have that average of a 75? Like, why is that even logical? Like, it's so absolutely, like, that's really where it's all going.
Sure. Adam Finkelstein, thank you so much for taking time out of your conference to be here. I can't thank you.
So much fun. So much fun. Thanks so much, Stephen. Good. Thank you.
So we are back here at Educause. It is still Chicago. I'm thinking it's still chilly outside. I am here with Megan Kohler. There's her name right there, and Chris Gamrat. Is that great?
Camera. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Cool. I got them both. I got them both right. We're going to have a dual interview here, but we're going to talk about the multidisciplinary instructional designer, which is. I'm going to be honest. First, please introduce both. Like, if you could both introduce yourselves, give us a little bit of background of why you came here, how this presentation came together, and sort of why you're here at Educause.
Sure. So I have been an instructional designer for 8.5 years. I switched from that role to a faculty role, so moved over to the dark side about 1.5 years ago, and I've been at Penn State for about 14 years doing a number of different things. Part of that time was when I've been working with Megan.
I'm going to see if I can do this. Can I do that? Oh, no.
Sure.
Let's do it like
Yeah,
that.
we can do that. Hi, everyone. I'm Megan Kohler. I'm a learning designer at Penn State University. I work with Chris. He's a good friend of mine. I also have my own consulting firm, Megan Kohler Consulting, and through that, I take on a lot of really interesting projects. And besides working on the book with Chris, the multidisciplinary instructional designer, I also specialize in neurodiversity as a research area. So lots of interesting things happening around that right now.
Oh, absolutely. Neurospicy, as we like to say. Well, let me give you the first question. So why is multidisciplinary I'm not even sure what the word would be, but multidisciplination? I don't know. Why is that a focus and a topic that you found important in instructional design? It seems like a no-brainer. Like, an instructional designer is going to be having to work with lots of subject matter experts, lots of different platforms, maybe lots of different topics and those kinds of things. So how did you cotton to that and discover that as a focal point?
Do you want to tell the story?
Sure.
Yeah, hit us.
Okay, so it kind of starts out like this. Chris and I have been friends for a really long time, and we've worked together for a really long time. And he knows that my background as a professional actor is something that has benefited me throughout the years. And he was in charge of pulling together a professional development program for the instructional designers at Penn State University, where we both are. And he reached out to me and he was like, "Hey, Megan, there's a lot of instructional designers here at Penn State who we think could benefit from some enhanced presentation skills. Could you pull together a presentation based on your experience as a professional actor in order to help them upskill?" And we did that. And it was great. It was really well received. And the interesting thing is that Chris and I both walked away from that that presentation with sort of this little, this little idea, this little spark in the back of our minds, like, this is really something interesting. And then we let it sit for 2 years?
At least, yeah.
As it always does. Sure, yeah. Okay.
And then he reached out to me the one day and he was like, "Hey, Megan, this idea has been rolling around in my brain for a little while." He's like, "I think there's something more here." He's like, "I think that there's a book here." And I was like, "Oh my gosh, love the idea. Let's do it." So we did, and now it's published and it's amazing. I mean, I'm so grateful to have Chris as not only a friend, but an amazing collaborator and co-editor. Yeah. And it was a fantastic experience. It really was. So I'll let Chris add on to that.
I think a lot of it has been just that we've had this experience talking with all of our colleagues, and there are over 150 instructional designers at Penn State. It's a really big community.
Whoa.
And we've realized that almost no one there went to school initially to be an instructional designer. It's always a found profession for 99% of the people there. And we realized there's so much background experience that people bring from working other jobs, getting various degrees, and then bringing that into their work. That I learned from Megan doing this, and I learned from so many other colleagues and coworkers over the years that we really wanted to represent those stories. So the book is like a collected works. Every chapter is at least one or more contributing authors. They talk about their background and how they've been able to take those concepts from any number of different fields and apply them to the design process.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So, because I thought it was the other way around. I thought it was like, hey, what are the collection of skills that you need in order to be effective? But it sounds like it's, let's tell the stories of the diverse population that ultimately become designers. Is there a thread that we could pull across instructional designers? Is there a common skill set that then they complement? or no? Or is it everybody shows up to ID totally
I think
unique?
I have an initial thought, and I'll let you jump on. So I think like many instructional designers use the analogy of like having a toolkit,
Okay.
having like a lot of like mostly it's conceptual ideas of here's I can approach this way or that way, and like finding these approaches and techniques for assessments and interaction, etc. As like this thing that they will reference and refer to. And I think like accumulating that is very much a commonality across designers, and a lot of conversations that we've had. Like there's always a nugget that you can pull from so many different presentations and conversations. Go, ooh, I can use that for later.
Right.
Megan, I don't know if you have any thoughts or yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. So when I was going to grad school, one of the things that they told me is that you can basically apply the ADDIE model to anything. And yes, that's true. But the reality is that instructional design can also benefit from so many different fields as well. It's not as insular as people think it is. And so a quick example is like Chris's chapter is on risk management. Initially, you would think, well, how does risk management have anything to do with instructional design?
I was going to ask that next question personally.
But it actually does, right? So you have a product that you need to develop within a certain amount of time. What happens if someone gets sick on the project for a prolonged period of time? Or what happens if you just there's the scope is misaligned with the actual expectations and timeline. There's so many different pieces within these massive projects that can go wrong. So having an understanding of risk management and how to navigate challenging circumstances as they arise absolutely becomes something that instructional designers can benefit from. And so you might think, well, how do theater skills relate to instructional design? Well, as an actor, you're on stage with many other people. Sometimes you come together for just that show. So you need to be able to connect with your peers and to build a high degree of trust. So especially when you're doing something like trust falls, or if you're doing any type of stage fighting, right? You need to have that trust and that communication with your fellow actors, so that you can say, you know what, this isn't working for me. I don't feel comfortable doing this. Can we try something else? But it also comes in handy when you're trying to build rapport, right? So if we think about, and this is a very common one that I like to reference quite a bit because it's a really an example that I think a lot of people are familiar with, the idea of yes and. So yes and can be an excellent rapport builder when you're meeting with a SME for the very first time.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
So somebody comes in and you say, that idea is not going to work. We don't have the budget for it, or we don't have the technology for it. Like instantly you're shutting them down. And a lot of rapport building needs that positive motion in the beginning in order to be successful, right? So if all of a sudden the person that you're working with, the SME or the faculty member, they feel heard, they feel listened to by by the ideas that they're sharing, well, now they're instantly going to open up and share even more. And there can be all sorts of little gold nuggets within there that you can pull out and turn into something amazing. And if you would have shut those conversations down, you would have missed out on them completely.
Super cool. Did you find as you created the book, as you went through these chapters and started speaking with your colleagues, if I take instructional design and I replace it with a more broader term of consultant, right? So there's a consultative process very often in the design process. Did you find that people come with that original core skill set or base skill that they really love? Like some people are really strong managers, some people are really great at risk management, some people are super creative, and that's how they first identify as an instructional designer. Like that's the biggest skill they bring to the table, and then they do the other things around, or maybe they complement with other people around that? Or does everybody kind of come and arrive at an instructional design, I don't know, nirvana of some kind? I don't, do you see what I'm asking? Like,
I think that there's like a common set of vocabulary. Like we can talk about very similar things, even though our backgrounds are dramatically different. We have like secondary or like graduate education, where like our master's programs, graduate school gives us that ability to share those ideas, but then we can like layer on top other unique experiences. So even like I came from a team of 7, like with 4 instructional designers, each one of us had dramatically different backgrounds, but we complemented each other incredibly well.
Right.
So our strengths and weaknesses kind of balanced out in a really great way. And I think like that's the kind of, if you're working on a team with other designers, like that's really what you want. So you can leverage those unique skill sets, but still be able to communicate with each other.
Sorry, we just have a train going behind us here now. The dessert tray is coming out for the expo here. Do you want to add on to that?
Yeah, just really quickly, I think there's 2 pieces of that I want to add on. So first of all, when somebody is just entering the field of instructional design, I feel like they're really clinging to those principles and the frameworks that they learned within their program, right? And our hope is that this book helps individuals like that recognize that they have more to offer than what they initially thought that they did. And second of all, I think that's also the job of like a really strong manager to be able to identify the different capabilities on the team. And so that's, again, another hope with this book is that if people can start looking at the skills that we bring to the table in more so than just being strong designers, but excellent rapport builders and communicators and risk managers and all of those other attributes, they can better understand how to leverage those as assets to the team and to the overarching business.
So what's as you were putting the book together and working with your peers, what are some of the most important challenges in instructional design today that maybe came out in these stories? Or again, are there common challenges that you found across them, or is it every situation is unique, etc.?
Yes. Yeah, I think that there are pieces and ideas that can apply as a multi-tool in nearly any context. But I also feel like there are situations where it is unique, like, especially when like everybody's different. So part of doing design work is understanding who you're working with, who's on that team, figuring out like what's important to them, how to make the best of that particular effort, and leveraging all the skills and knowledge that come into it. So I think that they're like every single time through, even if I've worked with the same people, it's a little bit different because we've grown a little bit. And so I think that there's just as many uniquenesses that can be exploited as as anything else.
Okay.
Did you have any thoughts on that? Okay.
Is there so as you were writing the book as well, and you're going across these stories, you said each chapter is different. Was there a chapter or a story that came out that that truly was a surprise that you didn't expect coming, like that was like, holy smokes, this I had no idea. Oh, I see the look on your face. That's good.
Yes, absolutely. So I think the one that surprised me the most, so we put out a call for proposals because the book is collected stories from other individuals. And it happened to be a friend of mine, Paul Desmarius, who is in the book. And when we saw his proposal, I was just like, oh my gosh, I didn't even think about this, but absolutely. He used to be in the military.
Okay.
And when he wrote his proposal, he was talking about how the different tasks that he had to do in the military provided him with a higher degree of resilience. And that's something that I think that we absolutely need as instructional designers, right? Because we can find ourselves in some very challenging circumstances. I think maybe in the higher education realm a little bit more than a consultant, although, it depends on the circumstances. But resilience, absolutely. That's something that we all need as a skill set. But then to actually extract that from a military perspective and say, this is how you can leverage that high degree of resilience to improve your instructional designer's toolkit. Like that was one thing that I was absolutely surprised by and loved that we were able to include in the book.
I'll just add to that really quickly. Like Paul's chapter was really interesting because of how varied his career was. So I did this, I did this, I did this. And it wasn't just like one story, but almost like a collection of like a career's worth of journeys that led to him being able to do what he can do so well. And just like it made you realize like, there's always something to be learned from any job. And I think like even though you might have like a summer job, something in high school, you can still get a lot out of it, even though there's maybe you don't necessarily see it at that time.
Right.
So I
sure.
think that there's, a real value in thinking about everything as a learning experience. So I thank you, Paul, if you listen to this.
Maybe he will. We don't know. I think you should write to him and thank him. All right. No, I'm sure he already. So if this book is a collection of works, if I'm, take me through. You already put kind of like the two things that you wanted to get people to get out of this book. Walk me through if I'm fresh and I'm just thinking about this as a career, if I'm a seasoned person, or maybe I have thoughts, maybe I'm at the end of my career and I have things I would like. What would each person do to contribute to this book, or maybe take something away from it in that way?
So I think, the way that we designed the book, there's an incredible opportunity for people to walk away with some really valuable skills, right? That was an intention that we had very much so when we walked into this process, is we didn't want it just to be, oh, here's a list of skills that you can leverage. We wanted to capture much more than that. So each chapter starts out with like the journey or the career, the background, right? So this is Paul's story
Right.
of what it was like to navigate all of those different careers. And then we move into the skills, and then we follow up each section of the skills with actual practice activities. So if you are interested in learning this skill and developing this skill, here's some ways that you can do that. Do you have anything else that you want to? I'm trying to think about what somebody who might be sort of.
Well, for me,
Sensitive on their
what
career.
I'm resonating with you right now is I think there's a catharsis that you may have struck on that you didn't realize, or maybe you realized and then put it into the book. I'm a parent. The first thing that you realize as a parent is that you don't know anything, right? As you start being a parent. But then one of the best moments in the world is go to a playground and realize that nobody knows how to be a parent, because you see everybody's kids have meltdowns. And so in the same way, like having people tell their stories through these different chapters is cathartic to other instructors. Just oh yeah, I did that, or oh yeah, that's right. It's okay for me to not have chosen this, or yes, I did see that screw up in this meeting that one time. The same kind of. Do you find that kind of feedback coming to you?
Yeah, I think like to maybe it's another something for parents of instructional designers. Like instructional design's a found field. Most folks do not go in from high school into college saying I'm going to be an instructional designer. Very, very rare. And so like the book helps to realize that there are tons of professions out there, instructional design and related work, that are uncovered through experiences, and that even though you might be start off doing something else, we have so many other people that can bring in all of their experiences to make that a really positive kind of work wherever they end up. And I'm really excited, like being at this conference, talking to everybody, like where not only is it transforming everything else, I'm sure it's going to be impacting instructional design work. Right. And so it's really exciting to see like where is that headed? What are the things that we can learn as a community? And I think like that's the other thing I've loved being a designer, is every single time I bump into people like, oh, I got to talk to you about design, and it immediately turns into this conversation that is just so energetic, because we love sharing stories. And I think that's been one of the things I've loved most about the community, working with other designers.
Fantastic. Yeah. So what's the next step? You guys went through this whole process of creating a book, which is like having a child, if I can make, I guess in a lot of ways, and there's an awful lot of work there. But what's the next step? It's obviously you're here promoting it. You'll be able to talk about it. Are there workshops that come out of it, or is there a next step in that way? Come on, you're consultants. You got it. You can do it.
So it's interesting because this book isn't really our story, right? Sure. Our stories are in there, but it's not just about us. And I think, we've talked about the idea of turning it into possibly a workshop at some point, but I think we need to figure out how to involve everyone else, because it was such a great opportunity to work with these individuals. Some of them are people that we've known for years, and some of them are new friends, right? So I think we have to figure that out yet, but we'll get there.
Come on, you're coming on a podcast. You got to be ready for the next
And
bell.
I'll-
No, I'm just playing. I'm
And
playing.
I'll say, I mean, talking about next things, I'd love to see another volume of this
Ah.
because it's so descriptive of people's experiences, and there's only just a handful of chapters in the book. It would be great to have more of that. In fact, we ended up talking with a few people. We're presenting a poster this morning, and then again this afternoon. In fact, right after we're done here, and there are already folks from economics, political science, who really would like to share those kinds of experiences. So I think it'd be great to continue on that kind of work.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And I was just going to say, I mean, if there's only a few chapters, you said there was 150 instructional designers at Penn State alone. Like,
Right.
there's got to be. I can see a huge collection, right? Like this got volume 2, 3, 4. Fantastic. Well,
Yeah.
thank you for taking the time out before your poster, before your presentation here to come talk with me. I wish you all the best and wish you all the best success for the book. And I hope that we'll see volume 2 and 3 very soon.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks for having us.